welcome everyone to the hearing of this subcommittee of the Committee on Finance. Welcome Vice President and Secretary Sara Duterte, Head of the attached agencies, DepEd undersecretaries, other officials, and staff. On an administrative matter, I commend the Vice President for bringing her own tumbler. Thank you very much, ma'am. I was about to say, and I'm sorry, Yusek, pero bibigyan na lang kita kasi I always say that kung pwede lang sa hearings, walang pet bottles, no? The Senate has embarked on a no, pero siguro realistically, less use of pet bottles, less use of paper. So, supposedly, our invitations include that statement na please bring your own tumbler. So, tuwan-tuwa ako that the Vice President on her own brought it. Thank you, ma'am. So anyway, sabi ko nga administrative matter lang yon. I appreciate that. On the agenda today are the proposed budgets under the fiscal year 2023 NEP of the following. DepEd with an appropriation of 666,252,738,000 pesos. National Academy of Sports with 226,558,000 pesos. National Book Development Board, 64,572,000 pesos. National Council for Children's TV, 32,070,000 pesos. Philippine High School for the Arts, 100,895,000. And Early Childhood Care and Development Council, 59,415,000 pesos. I'd like to mention that the National Museum hosted us for the hearings of the cultural agencies yesterday. So we already submitted their budget. But because they are part of the DepEd family, the head, Jeremy Barnes, is still here. And of course, dear colleagues, kung may pahabol kayong tanong, but I'm sure Jeremy is here more to ask for support. Nandyan siya. Anyways, but submitted na ang budget niya. So before I formally begin, I will do away with all my opening statements, but I need to tell the Vice President face-to-face kami na maraming salamat sa inyong face-to-face directive because in the same hearing, dear colleagues, that I had with CHED SUCs, binanggit ko doon na bakit ang DepEd, very clear ang directive na kailangan na mag-face-to-face ang mga bata. Samantalang yung mga SUCs natin, state universities and colleges, including, dear Chairman, our beloved UP, Madam Senate President Pro Temp, our beloved UP, sa mga kasamahan kong ang aming minority floor leader. I had a table made of the levels of face-to-face that they are doing. And there are only 34 SUCs that are basically doing primarily face-to-face. Yung bang 75% of their classes are in face-to-face. The rest are even doing much, much, much less. And in my own random survey, because my daughters just graduated, so they still have friends there, teammates, all of the kids that I surveyed in UP, except kung pre-med, online. 100%. Not even 50%. Kaya sabi ko, I had no choice but to mention that in the briefing of DepEd, it was made very clear that your directive, Madam Vice President Secretary, is very clear that face-to-face. And meron pang nagdahilan sa akin na kasi mas safe daw, may study na mas safe ang mga bata. So sabi ko, so yung mga young, ayan, may the record show, tumatawa si Senator Bato on my right side. Sabi ko, lahat naman tayo may vulnerability at some point, di ba? And those who are very vulnerable, of course, will be given some kind of leeway. But the general rule is, kailangan pumasok. And I thank you for the example that you have set for DepEd, Madam Vice President, Secretary. So on that note, let me quickly acknowledge the senators who are here with me. Our chairman of the Committee on Finance, Chairman Sunny Angara, our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda. At the far end, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. On my right, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and then Senator Risa Hontiveros, and Senator Coco Pimentel, and Senator Bong Revilla was sitting at the end at some point today, and our Senate President was also present. So, On that note, the order of presentation shall be DepEd, Early Childhood, National Academy of Sports, National Book Development Board, National Council for Children's Television, Philippine High School for the Arts. May I ask the indulgence of my dear colleagues that we allow all the presentations to be continued, because if we start asking questions, naiiwan na yung iba at hindi na nape-present yung budget nila. So please indulge us on this and allow the presentations to finish. On that note, I believe that DepEd has a presentation, but Madam Vice President, Secretary, if you want to say something before we proceed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Cayetano. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum. Your Honors, we thank you for this opportunity of presenting the budget proposal of the Department of Education. With me are DepEd's undersecretaries and assistant secretaries, as well as our directors, both from the central office and the regions who came with us in order to help in addressing questions or concerns relative to our department's proposed budget. We have here the Chief of Staff of DepEd, Yusek Epimaco Densing. For Finance, we have Yusek Annalyn Sevilla and ASEC Omar Romero. For Admin, we have here ASEC Chris Arnuco. For Legal, we have Yusek Brady De Castro and ASEC Amanda Nograles Santiago. For Governance and Field Operations, we have here Yusek Rebsi Escobedo and ASEC Francis Bringas. For Curriculum and Instruction, we have Yusek Joer Gaviola and ASEC Almatorio. For Alternative Learning System, we have ASEC GH Ambat. Legislative and External Partnerships, we have Yusek Gerard Chan. Bureau of Human Resource and Development, Yusek Gloria Mercado. Youth Affairs and Special Concerns, ASEC Dexter Galban. What I will be presenting is the proposed budget allocation in accordance with the National Expenditure Program.
Before we proceed, Madam Vice President, may I just acknowledge the presence online of Senators Po and Senators Estrada. Welcome po, and I am not sure if you caught our simple rules that we'll ask questions at the end of all the presentations. Salamat.
Assalamualaikum. Madayaw umayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Learning recovery, resilience, and unity. This encapsulates what we want to achieve in the next 6 years. The pandemic has greatly affected basic education and has robbed the youth of their learning, participation, and aspirations. We must fight back. We must recover, and we must start now. Your Honors, I am pleased to present to you our proposed budget for 2022. We will lay down our measures to ensure the safe reopening of in-person classes, the basic education statistics, the department's plans for fiscal year 2023 and beyond, our fiscal year 2023 budget proposal summary, and the department's performance targets. Your Honors, as we implement our shared vision through various programs for our Filipino learners, we are guided by our mandate enshrined in the Constitution and our mission as an agency using our 4 core values as guideposts. Your Honors, we have successfully reopened all public and private schools last August 22, and we are elated that we have not recorded any major bottlenecks during this school year's opening. Nonetheless, we are fully aware that the COVID-19 virus still lingers and may still affect the overall conduct of in-person classes. That is why we are implementing measures to ensure that our learners and school personnel are protected. Your Honors, we recognize the importance of vaccination as a significant line of defense for our safe conduct of in-person classes. We are closely coordinating with the Department of Health to accelerate vaccination drives for our learners and personnel. However, while we do this, we continue to implement a non-discriminatory policy in our schools. We allow the unvaccinated and vaccinated to participate in classes while strictly adhering to minimum public health standards. Aside from vaccination efforts, we are enforcing minimum public health standards to ensure that all learners and school personnel are protected in school. We will strictly implement the wearing of masks. We will ensure that all schools have hand washing facilities. We will partner with LGUs and various sectors in each community. We will accelerate all ongoing repairs in time for November 2. And we are doubling our efforts to pre-deploy temporary learning spaces in places where they are most in need. Next to your honors, here are the basic education statistics. Basic education enrollment, as expected, suffered a decline in 2020, losing almost 1 million learners. However, enrollment has since recovered in 2021, surpassing pre-pandemic figures. You will notice that the enrollment recovery in 2021 happened only in public schools expressed in blue bars, since enrollments in private schools expressed in pink bars continue to decline. This is something that we need to think about. We need to find ways to keep these small and medium private schools financially viable. We need to come up with more ways to support private schools on top of the GASPE and voucher programs. The alternative learning systems enrollment also suffered a sharp decline in 2020, for more than 800,000 to merely 674,000 in 2022. However, it started to recover in 2021 with more than 667,000 enrollees. Almost 80% of schools are Department of Education managed, and 79% are purely elementary schools. There is a wide disparity in the number of schools between elementary and secondary. While integrated schools are the easiest way to expand access to secondary education, there is a need to ensure access to it through other means. While public schools continue to increase during the pandemic, private schools continue to decline. The 1,179 schools are a combination of 334 temporary closures, 118 permanent closures, and 727 schools with zero enrollment. Likewise, the 632 in school year 2021-2022 is a combination of temporary closures, permanent closures, and schools with zero enrollment. Here is the breakdown of the number of schools by region. The big three regions, Calabarzon, Central Luzon, and Western Visayas, have the most number of schools nationwide, while CAR has the least number of schools, having only a little more than 2,000 schools. Next are the department's outcome indicators. This data shows our dismal performance in the 3 international large-scale assessments. The results of 2019 TIMMS, 2019 SEA-PLM, and 2018 PISA confirm that we have huge issues as far as the equality of education, and we will confront these head-on. This is not the time to be onion-skinned. This is the time to address the bottom line. Your honors, with your help, we can reverse this poor performance. Based on TIMMS 2019, 81% of our grade 4 learners could not perform simple math operations, solve simple word problems, or read bar graphs and tables. Moreover, 87% do not understand basic science concepts. Meanwhile, among grade 5 students, 90% have poor reading skills and 83% poor math skills based on SEA-PLM 2019. As for grade 9 students, 81% can't deal with basic math problems. 81% have trouble understanding texts of moderate length, and 78% cannot recognize correct explanations for scientific phenomena or draw valid conclusions from given data. This is based on PISA 2018. This is our core issue, and with your help, we will focus on addressing this within the term of President Marcos. Net intake rate is the percentage of the population at the official kindergarten school entrance age who are new entrants and who are of the same age. On the other hand, gross intake rate is the total number of new entrants in kindergarten, regardless of age, expressed as a percentage of the population at the official school entrance age for that grade. Both net and gross intake rate showed that kindergarten intake rate is relatively unaffected during the 2 years of school closures as it posted upward trends. As expected, due to the enrollment decline in 2020, enrollment rates, net and gross, have declined, but showed slight recovery in 2021. NER and GER for junior high school declined in 2020 but recovered sharply in 2021, surpassing the pre-pandemic performance. NER and GER for junior high school in both 2020 and 2021 are unaffected by the challenges posed by the pandemic. Senior high school learners continue to enroll despite difficulties. The increase in net and gross enrollment are both substantial. Gender Parity Index is a statistical measure that provides a numerical value of female-to-male ratio for an indicator. The value of perfect parity is 1. If the value is below 1, it means that boys are in advantaged position. And if the parity value is more than 1, boys are in disadvantaged position. Our data shows that we are in perfect parity in elementary, but we start losing our boys in junior high school. Completion rate is a measure of efficiency, percentage of grade 1, 7, 11 entrants who finished grade 6, 10, 12 respectively. Our data shows that completion rate in elementary has reached the 100% mark in 2021 from 82.5% in 2020. The same trend can be seen in junior high school after suffering a decline in 2020. It recovered substantially in the following year, which reached the 100% mark. Your honors. Junior high school, senior high school also shows a sharp increase from 70% to 98%. This happened because of the sharp increase in enrollment in both junior high school and senior high school. This is the national average on ratios. It may appear that our classroom-to-learner ratio is already in an ideal state, but there are disparities at the school level simply because the enrollment in every school varies. The department also has a reliable learning recovery initiative as we try to normalize the education system operation and address the learning gaps. Learning gaps are the difference between what the learners are expected to have learned in a certain grade level versus what they have learned up to that point. These gaps are often compounding. The key outcome of the department's recovery planning and success is ensuring that learning gaps are identified and addressed among all learners, especially the most vulnerable ones. If learning gaps are not addressed, learners are likely to fall further and further behind due to the skills and knowledge they have missed. Obviously, this poses a major challenge for both educators and learners alike. Your honors, we will focus on learning recovery efforts, particularly in providing interventions on learning remediation, addressing social-emotional functioning, mental health and well-being, and professional development of teachers. With this, we are committed to implement full face-to-face classes with some considerations on unique situations where blended will be allowed. However, we will be prioritizing Key Stage 1 or Kinder to Grade 3 for in-person classes. Your honors, Here are the 15 strategies for that our teachers will be utilizing to accelerate learning or to address learning gaps. Now, given the current state of basic education, what are our plans under the new administration? Your Honors, Basic Education Development Plan 2030, developed by the DepEd team through a highly consultative process, will be our guidepost in improving the quality of education with some adjustments based on the priorities of the Marcos administration. BEDP showcased 4 pillars which represent the challenges we face and the objectives we will pursue. This framework will be the anchor of all programs, projects, and activities of the department. BEDP has been designed to ensure that our learners will acquire 21st century skills which allow them to contribute to the 8 aspirations illustrated in the slide. The process is guided by the core values of makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. This is to ensure holistic development. To achieve the expected outcomes, each pillar will have several strategies which will be the basis for program implementation and policy development, including budget utilization. Each strategy will be achieved through several outputs. Just to highlight Pillar 3, which is our current battle cry, we will be revisiting the alignment of curriculum and the methods of instruction. Number 2, we aim to strengthen the capacity of our teachers and instructional leaders on curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Number 3, we will assess closely the learning progress of learners in areas of disadvantage. Number 4, we will ensure learning resources availability. And number 5, we will strengthen consultations on curriculum, instruction, and assessment, making it more dynamic and responsive to changing global education landscape. Your Honors, DepEd has submitted to UNESCO our country statement, which the President will present at the United Nations Transforming Education Summit 2022 on September 19, 2022. The country statement will set the trajectory of Philippine education in achieving the 2013 SDG Global Agenda for Education and at the same time address education issues in the country. In the said country statement, we highlighted the following. Number 1, reaffirming national and international commitments. Number 2, prepare learners for the future. Number 3, reopen in-person classes. Number 4, ensure inclusion and equity. Number 5, foster digital learning and citizenship. Number 6, expand and empower the teacher force. Number 7, reimagine governance. And number 8, ensure adequate funding.
Next is the summary of the fiscal year 2023 budget proposal of the Department of Education. These tables show DepEd's 2023 proposal against the 2023 National Expenditure Program, or the NEP, submitted by the President to Congress, broken down into personal services, maintenance and other operating expenses, and capital outlay. The NEP is 17.8% lower than the DepEd's proposed budget, amounting to a difference of over 144 billion. Comparing the 2022 GAA against the 2023 NEP, there is an increase of 12.7% or 75 billion pesos. Many programs achieved significant funding increases, most notably the school-based feeding program with a 71.3% increase, new construction of classrooms at 85.9%, the senior high school voucher program at 137.9%, and the Gabaldon Restoration and Conservation with the biggest share of increase at 292%. Of course, with increases also come with decreases, starting with the Child Protection Program with an 82.2% decrease from over 26 million in the 2022 GAA. It is now over 4 million under the 2023 NEP. Development and management of bilateral and multilateral education projects with a 79.1% decrease. Indigenous Peoples Education or IPED program with 63% or 90.9 million. DepEd Computerization program with 24.4% decrease. And while not as significant as the others, the Last Mile Schools program also had a loss of 0.7% or 10 million pesos. It is also noteworthy that while the Quick Response Fund allocated to the department remained at 2 billion pesos budget, the DepEd is proposing for a significant increase in its funding given the massive backlog of classroom repairs damaged by calamities, putting DepEd in a quicksand situation which it cannot immediately prevent or get out of. In addition, several key programs of the department were left unfunded under the 2023 NEP, most notably the site validation and preliminary and detailed engineering activities, which helps DepEd and DPWH confirm a site's readiness for construction activities. The provision of priority school health facilities is also funded under the 2022 GAA, but are now unfunded under the 2023 NEP. And the special education program, which has been a fixture for learners with disabilities, is unfortunately unfunded. Despite this, the budgets for BEF electrification has been restored, which amounts to 489 million pesos. DepEd also continues to provide basic education resources to support the K-12 program with 11 million science and math equipment, 427,438 pieces of textbook equipment, 82,090 ICT packages, and 4.6 million textbooks and instructional materials. In line with this, DepEd is committed to catching up and providing more basic education inputs for our learners in fiscal year 2023, proposing for the following: 10,000 new teaching items, 2,739 new classrooms, 2,358 classrooms repaired or rehabilitated, 16,027 sets of school seats, 163 BEF electrification sites upgraded and energized, 38 abandoned and heritage buildings restored, and 88 last mile schools. This stays true with the 1.7 million beneficiaries of the school-based feeding program, 1.2 million grantees of the Government Assistance and Subsidies or the ESC program for private junior high school, 1.1 million grantees of the GAS Senior High School Voucher Program, and 109,233 grantees of Joint Delivery Voucher for Senior High School Textbook Livelihood Specializations. DepEd will continue to provide professional development for all our personnel through training of the human resource development for personnel in schools and learning centers as we aim to train 311,100 teachers and teaching-related staff. DepEd will continue to provide the needs of the learners and our personnel by upskilling and reskilling them to ensure the delivery of the highest quality of service.
Here are our performance targets until 2030 enshrined in the Basic Education Development Plan. One of the major findings of sector analysis during the formulation of the Basic Education Development Plan was the education underspending of the government. The Education 2013 Framework for Action proposed two benchmarks as crucial reference points. Allocate at least 4% to 6% of GDP to education, and or allocate at least 15% to 20% of public expenditure to education. This table presents a modest target for education spending that by 2030, the education budget is at 4% of GDP and 18% of the national budget. However, if the government is capable of achieving higher budget prior to 2030, it would give DepEd extra muscle to achieve its targets. This table shows our target on participation through net enrollment rate. We hope to get all school-aged children to participate in the education system to address non-participation. As previously presented, we already hit the target for 2030, but we expect stabilization of these efficiency indicators this school year. Our target is to get all learners to complete basic education. Here is DepEd's baseline performance on reading and mathematics, especially in grade 3, grade 6, and grade 10. This shows the performance of grade 3 in mathematics. The blue line represents the business as usual scenario, while the orange line represents our desired level of performance expressed in range. Here is the reading proficiency of grade 3 learners. Kinder to grade 3 are crucial years of schooling. While the baseline is relatively high compared to previous, we are targeting higher performance. I personally believe that if we successfully address the reading and comprehension issues, everything will follow. So we need to focus on formative years where rapid brain development happens. For the mathematics proficiency of grade 6 learners, mathematical ability is very important for if we want our graduates to be analytical and be able to make better decisions in career and life. We cannot settle for the business as usual scenario. On reading proficiency of grade 6 learners, this performance will be addressed in the long term if we address the problems in kinder to grade 3 in the medium term. We need to allow our teachers to focus on teaching, liberate them from administrative work, and provide targeted capacity development interventions. Targets are ambitious, so we need to make bold interventions. On mathematics proficiency of grade 10 learners, our baseline is very low, but we will not settle for the business as usual scenario because our learners deserve better than this. On reading proficiency of grade 10 learners, Your Honors, to achieve these ambitious targets, we need a unified effort. That every centavo we spend contributes to the achievement of targets. We would be needing the consistent support from Congress to make all of this happen. The following 10 action points are critical if we want to accelerate the improvement of learning outcomes. These will require the support of the Cabinet and Congress in ensuring funds for our priorities. Your Honors, we seek your support in pushing for these legislative agenda, which we think are crucial in the reforms and interventions that we intend to pursue. Daghang salamat, maraming salamat.
Thank you. Is that all for the DepEd, the
Yes.
Office of the Secretary? So
Yes,
I'll-
Your Honor, that is for DepEd. We did not include the attached agencies in our presentation.
They'll make their own presentation. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we'll proceed with the other presentations. Next is Early Childhood Care and Development Council. To present is Mr. Romel Isip, OIC. And then just be ready to follow would be National Book Development Board.
Hello, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Senator Pia Cayetano, to all honorable senators, BP Secretary Sara Duterte, to all DepEd executives and officials, and colleagues from attached agency, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. For the presentation of the ECCD Council, we will go first for the overview of our FY 2023 budget. Next slide, please. Okay. So, okay, on this slide, it shows the comparison of our ECCD net proposed budget endorsed by the DBM against our approved budget for 2022. For FY22, the total 2022, the total approved budget of ECCD amounts to 255.216 million, while the net proposed budget endorsed by the DBM amounts to 62.898, or only 25% of the total FY 2022 budget. The significant decrease is due to non-allocation of the flagship program of ECCD, which is the establishment of the National Child Development Center. Next slide, please. The next slide is a comparison of our 2023 original proposed submitted budget to DBM against the net proposed budget endorsed by the DBM. Originally, our proposed budget for FY 2023 is 508 million, composed of 59 million under Tier 1 and 448 under Tier 2. This is to ensure that we will be able to reach our targeted number of recipients in 2023. Since there's no allocation for the establishment of NCDC in the Tier 1 budget, we have proposed to include the following in our Tier 2 budget. First is the establishment of NCDC and the conversion or the financial support for modeling and conversion of the existing daycare center to child development center. And second, we propose additional budget for the HRD program to ensure that the physical structure be complemented with quality subcomponent of the program implementation. So comparing with the original proposed budget for FY 2023 with the net proposed budget, it is shown that 12% of the total proposed budget was endorsed by the DBM. Included in the budget cut was the allocation for our flagship program. Okay. So for the previous slides and this slide shows the unmatching budgetary requirements of ECCD and the net proposed budget as a major concern in the non-allocation of the flagship program of ECCD. So in this regard, we would like to request for the additional 260 million to budget in order for us to continue our flagship program, and one of our mandates of ensuring the ECCD programs and services are up to date and indeed beneficial to children 0 to 4 years old. So in summary, the ECCD Council proposes for additional 260 million to the 62.9 million of net proposed budget, with a total proposed budget or revised proposed budget of 323 million for fiscal year 2023. Corresponding target for our proposed budget or requirement for 2023, the ECCD Council shall prioritize expanding and ensuring access to quality ECCD program and services for children aged 0 to 4 years old. If our proposed budget is granted, we will be able to establish additional 50 NCDC for the 50 LGUs and 25 assistance for 25 LGUs or 250 daycare center for modeling daycare center into child development center. And also, we will continue the provision of HRD program for 1,813 ECCD service provider and increase awareness and accountability among the stakeholders, communities, families nationwide through the various IECA activities and monitoring and evaluation mechanism, as well as technical assistance for all stakeholders. Going to our budget status for 2022, the total appropriation of ECCD amounts to 287 million, of which 255 is under current appropriation and 31 million comprised of continuing appropriation. For the utilization, as of July, a total of 60.74 million or 21% of the total budget for FY 2022 was obligated, leaving us a balance of 226 million, which is already planned to be utilized by third and fourth quarter of this year. But unfortunately, all the project program and activities of ECCD Council was put on hold due to the issuance of MC3. For the agency, brief agency accomplishment, I'd like to focus on On ensuring the equitable access to quality ECCD, our flagship program, the establishment of NCDC, have already reached to 865 or 53% of total 1,634 cities, municipalities. And also, the council have also developed, implemented the alternative mode of delivery for learning and continuity for 0 to 4 years old. One of which is the center-based program in alternative venue, we call it CBFAB, which was developed in response with the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic. The council also developed the home-based ECCD program, which aimed to address the holistic needs of children specifically located in far-flung areas, geographically isolated and disadvantaged area, and those who have difficulties in accessing child development center. Talking about the learning continuity, the council have also adopted the guidelines for the safe reopening of early childhood education to ensure that the return of 0 to 4 years old in child development center are well planned, adequately resourced, and well coordinated with the national and local stakeholder. So for the human resource development, in ensuring the quality of the ECCD service delivery in the country, the council continue to provide human resource development to ECCD service provider and stakeholder in the country. As of this year, 20,711 ECCD stakeholder and service provider have undergone this HRD program. And for our multi-sectoral collaboration, to help and ensure sustainability, the council also engaged into multi-sectoral partnership with the national government agencies, local and international non-government organization, and organization from private sector. And the following advocacy social mobilization activities for provincial and city municipal ECCD stakeholder have been continuous implementing by the ECCD program. And advocacy, we also develop and produce different advocacy and SOCMOB program and materials for general public. Okay? Although not included in the original presentation that we submitted, we would like to highlight this slide, the importance of ensuring access to quality ECCD program and services through the Philippine Childhood Care and Development Longitudinal Study. This is study funded by Australian government and conducted by CMU Innotech, ACER, and UNICEF that explored the effect of early childhood care development on the learning experience and performance of kindergarten students through grade 2 and in the Philippines. On the key result in this study was that children who attended the preschool, and especially those who attended frequently, scored significantly higher in literacy, mathematics, and socio-emotional skill. So the type of preschool also made a difference between the student attending the community-based private nursery or National Child Development Center in performing higher or 3 domains compared to the home-based program. This is also the reason why the council has developed the home-based program that is par with the national standard of ECCD service delivery. And the last part, for our challenges, our utmost challenge is the budgetary allocation for our flagship program, which is the establishment of NCDC. Originally, the budget for this program was provided by the PAGCOR contribution under RA 10410, which was amount to 2.5 billion. Unfortunately, the fund provided by the PAGCOR contribution was only enough for 50% of the total number of cities, municipalities in the country, leaving the other half with no established ECCD resource center. The strong motive to provide universal intervention of the ECCD program through the establishment of this center is the reason for the continued request for the additional budget under GAA from the DBM since 2020. However, our budget proposal were not considered in the NEP. It is only through the congressional and Senate insertion that we given allocation for this program. We really hope that this funding be considered continued, since having a strong foundation for Filipino children in the early years is very important if we want to have competent lifelong learners in the near future. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just be prepared for questions later, no? Thank you. I mistakenly said the next will be National Board, no? But based on this pre-agreed upon list, it's National Academy of Sports. So, are you ready? Yeah, okay. So Professor Joy Reyes, Executive Director, will make the presentation. Thank you. And then after that is the National Board, National Book Development Board.
VP Sara, Madam Secretary, honorable senators, DepEd family, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. With your permission, I shall now proceed to briefly present the milestones of the National Academy of Sports. Can we, okay, thank you. We have defined and outlined sports integrated secondary education as our major program to support our organizational outcome based on our strategic roadmap. We have established our comprehensive admission policy and procedures entitled NAS Annual Search for Competent, Exceptional, Notable, and Talented Student Athlete Scholars, or NACEN SAS. This admission policy is designed to conduct talent identification among aspiring student athletes from all sectors of society, including indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized sectors. Likewise, taking into consideration SDG 5 on gender equality and SDG 10 on reduced inequality. The nascent SAS was promoted last year through national sports associations, DepEd regional offices, and social media platforms. The slide shows the distribution in 8 focus sports, and we are hoping to further strengthen our talent search and identification through robust and state-of-the-art data management system and research. We have developed the NAS curriculum framework. Can I have the next slide, please? This was followed by the establishment of academic programs, systems, and processes. For SY 2021-2022, the classes, sports training, and support services were conducted remotely due to restrictions brought about by the pandemic. We have utilized the learning management system of the Department of Education. In no time, NAS will aim to develop its own learning management system and integrate the latest digital technologies in the delivery of the classes, sports training, and student services. We have developed the Nasports training model using established evidences and existing researches. This model is being delivered by our well-known and top-notch coaches. We aim to continue recruiting high-caliber sports coaches, both within the local and international landscapes. Despite the limitations brought about by the pandemic, we have continuously found ways to expose our eligible student athletes to various local and international competitions. We are proud to share that our student athletes have bagged 3 gold medals and 3 bronze medals in the recent Smart Sports Foundation National Online PUMSE Championships. We are likewise honored to inform that one of our student athletes has conquered international arena by finishing in first place in the 2021 World Taekwondo PUMSE Challenge. We have also bagged 3 gold medals during the 2022 Asian Cadet and Junior Taekwondo Championships. With the easing of health restrictions, we want our students to experience more face-to-face competition platforms locally and internationally. We have provided our students with comprehensive student support services, placed a high premium on sports nutrition, and thus provided them daily food allowance. As we transition to on-site training and classes, we aim to continue to provide them with comprehensive student support services and world-class sports nutrition program. We also have developed the NAS playbook, containing all guidelines and policies to ensure the safety and health of all our stakeholders as means to support our upcoming on-site operations. We shall procure more equipment and resources to ensure the highest safety standards for our students and employees during on-site operations. With your permission, honorable senators, we now present the development of NAS Campus for Phase 1. Last June 14, 2022, distinguished guests, including several honorable members present here, have attended the inspection as a preview of the NAS main campus in the new Clark City in Capas, Tarlac. The completion of the NAS main campus and the foreseen continuous usage of facilities by the current generation and many others to follow is in line with SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The employment opportunities and growth of nearby economies and domestic markets is in line with SDG 8 related to decent work and economic growth. In the speech of former President Rodrigo Duterte, he mentioned NAS and all government and private partners that contributed to the construction of this new and significant institution despite inherent limitations of the pandemic. NAS strongly believes that cooperation and collaboration are essential to succeed in our mandate. We continuously engage in benchmarking activities, both online and face-to-face with local and international sports and academic institutions, sharing of best practices, and looking into the possibility of student personnel exchange programs and technology and research collaboration. In terms of enrollment, we have just completed the admission process and onboarded our new batch of student athletes. For the school year 2022-2023, we welcomed a total of 118 student athletes. With the presented milestones and future plans, we now have the honor to present to you our proposed 2023 budget. Comparing our 2023 original proposal versus NEP, key items were cut down as follows. For training and scholarship, reduced by 86.3 million intended for meals, nutrition, and sports uniforms. Number 2, travel expenses reduced by 40 million intended for students to participate in various international competitions and benchmarking activities. Supplies and materials decreased by 27.1 million intended for school operations and dormitory supplies. Proposed budget for HTC was also removed, amounting to 27 million. We requested this as we continuously adhere to become world-class sports facility in the country. The expertise we are focused but not limited to improving our compliance to international sports standards and facilities like hiring foreign coaches, sports science experts, and other professional service specialists that are beneficial to the NAS system. While we acknowledge that currently our budget utilization rate is low, this is due to various factors outside our control. To name some, as to the low number of enrollees, specifically the promotion and recruitment of potential qualified student athletes, travel was restricted. There are no sports competitions being conducted locally, neither international benchmarking activities were also not allowed. The academy planned to conduct a series of face-to-face promotional activities. However, due to the absence of NAS Bids and Awards Committee, we cannot proceed with the procurement of the line items related to it. The zero procurement was due to the lack of plantilla position. As of June 30, we only have 4 plantilla positions, including yours truly. Only about 7%, or 19.6 million of our MOOE was utilized as of June 30, 2022, which is mainly the salaries and scholarship grants to student athletes. This is due to the lack of regular plantilla position who will compose the back committee that will facilitate the procurement of the academy. The 2022 budget was based on face-to-face learning modality, whereas the actual classes and training were done online, resulting to lower expenditure for meals, nutrition, supplements, and dormitories of the student athletes. The bulk of our MOE, amounting to 80 million or 36.4%, shall be used for scholarship grants. This pertains to the monthly stipend of the student athletes as provided for in the scholarship agreement. Specific nutrition needs, such as food supply and nutrition supplementation, sports apparel, mental health and career guidance, toolkits pocket program with their parents or guardians. Our Student Athlete Support Services Division is focused on ensuring that our student athletes are provided with and educated on the right diet and nutrition, thus the bulk for food and nutrition supplements. This is in line with the achievement of SDG 2 on zero hunger, number 3 on good health and well-being, and number 4 on quality education. The second largest chunk of our budget, amounting to 30.3 million or 13.8%, shall be used for dormitory supplies and equipment, routine immunization, antigen swab, medical and dental equipment, learning resources, textbooks, training equipment for the 8 focus sports. To balance this out, our academic division budget is focused on programs for its continuous development of sports integrated curriculum and learning resources both for print and non-print. We have also included training and competition uniforms and supplies to cater to the increasing number of student athletes. The third is budgeted expenditure for professional services. We provided budget for the hiring of HTC as we continuously strive to deliver our mandate under the law. Since NAS is classified as a boarding school, we provided a budget of 18 million or 8.2% of the MOOE for the use of the Athletes Village to cover for BCDA's maintenance and operating expenses. Lastly, with our campus facilities fully turned over to NAS, hopefully by the first quarter of 2023, and in full swing operation, we allotted 12.2 or 5.6% for the security, janitorial, and maintenance services. We wish to appeal to the generosity and wisdom to our honorable sponsors and to the honorable members of the Senate. At least retain our 2022 GA level for 2023 budget. We are fervently requesting again the additional of 57.4 million for 2023. As we anticipate full swing operations in next year and the increasing number of students, which we target to reach by 210 enrollees next year. It would be difficult for us to realize our mandate with the meager resources provided in the 2023 NEP. We look forward for your support in our singular, steadfast goal of providing our student athletes with quality education as they pursue their interest, hone their talents, and chase their dreams in sports, and nurturing them to become our future Olympians who will bring pride and honor to the flag and country. We humbly urge everyone to join us and fervently hope to receive your generous support in achieving our programs and plans for the Filipino student athletes as we blaze the trail from home to podium, from national pride to global achievement. Thank you so much. Daghang salamat. May hapon sa inyong tanan.
Thank you very much, ED Joy Reyes. Let's now go to National Book Development Board, Mr. Dante Ang, the chairperson. And then kindly be ready, National Council for Children's Television.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Cayetano, honorable senators of the committee, the Vice President, our Secretary for DepEd. I am Dante Ang. I have the pleasure of presenting to you this afternoon the National Book Development Board. May I request the Secretary to show our presentation, please? Go to slide 2. Second slide. So as a brief recap of what we do at the National Book Development Board, this slide, next one, please, summarizes the, next slide, please. Basically, the problems we face in the NBDB is to address the learning poverty in the Philippines. We work with the DepEd to help elevate the quality of learning materials, including textbooks. We basically help the publishing industry in the Philippines. And as we have done our work, we've noticed that that the Filipinos are really, there's a reading culture. When we found that we're actually importing more books than we are exporting, to a factor of 24-1. This slide shows you basically a list of the programs that the Nbdb does. We offer grants, offer incentives and subsidies. We offer capacity building through education to our publishers. We promote our works through book fairs and other events abroad. We also organize research programs and promote readership in the Philippines. Next slide. Excuse me. There we go. All right. Next one, please. Next slide, please. No. I apologize. Let me just. Pardon me, Senators, until I think we just had the wrong presentation up on the screen. I apologize, Senator.
No problem. Do you want me to go to the next? Will it take a minute?
I,
or is it
I think we're good.
Okay.
Are we? Just go to slide 4 so that we don't repeat. Huh? Oh, Senator, if you don't mind, may we go to the next speaker just to economize on the time? I
No
apologize
problem.
for that.
No problem. Let's go to National Council for Children's Television. Miss Atienza, the Executive Director, and then Be Ready, Philippine High School for the Arts.
Our VP and Secretary, Sara Duterte, and the honorable senators and the entire DepEd family, and my colleagues from the attached agencies, isang makabatang hapon po sa ating lahat. We are from the National Council for Children's Television. This is a 30-seconder only. Okay, so it doesn't play. Because we have gift for you. We are to present a teaser of a child-friendly TV program probably later. And the National Council for Children's Television is mandated to promote and encourage the production and broadcast of developmentally appropriate television programs for children. General functions, policy formulation. Next slide, please. We have the child-friendly content standards and researches under this function. And of course, we monitor the broadcast television networks. There are 458 registered to NTC. It falls under media monitoring. And we have the endowment fund per the law given by the PAGCOR and the PCSO. Thus, we produce or we give grants to independent producers. And also, last, we have the media literacy orientation services. We serve the children. We call it Telebibo. And then the kasama pa, katuwang sa mapanuring panonood. It's television and media parenting for our adults, for our guardians and parents. And of course, we have this understanding and utilizing media in teaching, integration of media literacy in the lessons of our educators. And also, next slide, please. We have the annual Docubata Festival. It's a competition of documentary entries by, for, and about children all over the Philippines. And for the National Endowment Fund, we have 5 grantees from the Knowledge Channel, Ready, Set, Read, the Wellness Kada, Manglalakbay. We're supposed to show you the 30-seconder of Manglalakbay, and the Miriam's Online World, mga awit ni Pina. And these, some of these grantees of child-friendly TV programs, they show our culture, our arts, the cultural heritage, and the like. Next slide, please. For accomplishments, we have 70 TV stations registered to National Council for Children's Television. And we are hopping from one region to another to reach our content creators, representatives from different broadcast television networks, to share the child-friendly content standards and the law that per Section 9 of the law, broadcast television networks should show at least 15% daily airtime that they dedicate and allot such TV programs, the child TV and the child-friendly TV programs for the children. For our 2023 budget proposal, as you can see, next slide, please. For personal services, we have 40,295,000. And we have for MOOE, we have 86,941,000. For COR capital outlay, we propose for 21,060,000, a total of 148,967. However, for the GAA, we can see that the difference of the net for 2023 and resulting to a total only 41 million against 33,113. Difference of this is the congressional initiative of our legislators, more specifically, Senator Pia, thank you very much po. And then the budget utilization rate as of August is 56.15% because this October we'll have the monitoring equipment and other activities that we conducted in September and will be conducted until December. So what are the proposed projects for 2023? We have the National Endowment Fund for Children's Television, or the NEFC-TV 2023 Grants Program. our dear senators, we only depend in the yield interest of this endowment fund that we give to the grantees, to the independent producers. So we ask for fund subsidy for the production of more child television programs and the production and promotion of NCCT promotional materials such as infomercial, PSA, and the like. The Docubata 2023 will be 7 years old next year. And we thank Department of Education. They support us in the form of memo. Thus, elementary and the high school, even the senior high school, joined the Docubata all over the Philippines. And again, we thank our senator for supporting this Docubata. We also like to request for the fund for the broadcast of these child-friendly TV programs or the children's TV programs. And of course, the NCCT mini studio, because when we went monitoring these independent producers, they appealed and they lamented that they rent for the mini studio. Thus, we wanted to help our independent producers. Kasi po, doon pa po binabawas ang kanilang pagrenta sa maliit na binibigay po sa interest ng endowment fund. So, and sometimes, or most of the times, they don't join because it's really a meager amount for the NFCTV, for the National Endowment Fund. And also, procurement of NCCT mini studio, of course, its construction and procurement of equipment for video production. This will greatly help our independent producers. They will be encouraged to join and write stories for children, show children's television programs that are educational. And also, we want to broadcast the children's television and the child-friendly TV programs for next year, 13 episodes. This is a 1 full season of Docubata. And 1 full season also rebroadcast of our Oyayi in 2017. And 13 episodes also of the NFCTV and 9 episodes for this year child TV program. Okay, I think this is also the same, the National Endowment Fund. I think our good senators have heard this already. And for our 2023 Docubata, which highlights the year for NCCT, 7th year next year, and there are 7 significant activities: the Lakbay Docubata, Docubata TV, Masterclass, Classroom, Rewind, virtual screening, and hybrid awarding ceremony. For the knowledge of our good senators and our DepEd family, we requested for the service of the renowned documentaries in the Philippines, like Mr. Howie Severino, like Cara David, and everyone, and help NCCT in the online masterclass classroom and teaching the children and the youth for producing documentaries. And we have this in our proposal, the amounts specifically for each one, the detailed, under also the wish list, and we can provide the good senators of all of this. So we will not take much of the time. As to media monitoring, next slide please, because this is very important. The 15% compliance monitoring of NCCT to our broadcast television networks. And it's good to know that the broadcast television networks registered under NCCT, there are 70, comply to the submission compliance of the 15% that they show child-friendly TV program. We can give you reports on this last year and even this first semester. And we will also validate the 15% compliance. Next year, we have this scorecard, which we have consulted experts in this scorecard, and we can furnish you the copy of this scorecard that will validate whether or not the TV program is a child-friendly television program. I think that is all, Your Honors. And if we want our children to see and watch child-friendly television programs that are educational, informative, value-laden, and age-appropriate, shows that are rich in cultural heritage of the Philippines, please help us. We appeal before you to give the Filipino children the media content that they deserve. Thank you very much po. Makabatang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you. Yung papakita mo, naayos ba? Hindi.
Naayos.
30 seconds lang naman
Yeah,
yun, di
yes.
ba? Okay. Is there a problem? Ayan. Go ahead.
Kamusta? Ako nga pala si Kuya Bay, ang inyong manglalakbay. Kuya Bay! Ito nga pala ang aking best friend, si Toots. At ito naman si Manang Aki. Handa na ba kayo? Handa na! Masayang mga aral habang naglalakbay ang hatid namin sa inyo tuwing linggo, 9:30 a.m. dito sa Manglalakbay.
Is this one of the grants? Is it a grant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We'll
Salamat.
talk about it more later. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po.
Are we ready? NBDB?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for the glitches, but I think it's only indicative of the assistance that we need from you today. If you go to the next slide, please. So this is basically a snapshot of what we try to do at the National Development Board. Basically, we address reading in the Philippines, and that's relevant because we've seen in the news that the Filipino learners are suffering from what they call learning poverty as identified by the World Bank. Basically, what we do is we try to help the publishing industry in the Philippines, which has been ravaged by the pandemic, as we all know. One of the things that we try to change with work with the publishers is to help to transform the books from being basically a social good into something that can be exported. And we believe we have creative talent to do that. Unfortunately now, though, that we are importing more books than we are exporting to a factor of 24-1. Next slide, please. So this slide basically gives you a enumeration of the things that we do at the Nbdb, which is we offer grants, incentives, and subsidies. I think I showed you this the last time I was here. Next slide, please. So
Basically, our proposed budget for 2023 was 381 million, but the shortfall is in the ballpark of 313 million. I think one thing that we'd like to call your attention there is for the last 8 years, the NBDB has received an unqualified opinion from the COA. Next slide, please. Now, this is a busy slide, but I think what should draw your attention is the figure for 2021, where the NBDB had a budget utilization of 99%. Next slide, please. So for this year, as of September 2020, our BUR has already reached 68%. Next slide, please. So going back to our shortfall, as I said, our shortfall in the NEP is in the ballpark of 313 million. What is in there is a proposal for 68 million for the entire agency. And you could see that there are three basic baskets that make up for that 313 shortfall. Personal services in the amount of 15.5 million, MOOE in the amount of 216 million, and capital outlay in the ballpark of 82 million. Next slide, please. So this is just another comparison from the GAA of 2022 to the NEP of 2023. The only positive thing there is in the first basket that covers personal services. The rest of the items on the slide, MOOE, which has a limited list there, and capital outlay are all negative. Next slide, please. This is another comparison. I'm going through this because I'm only given 10 minutes. You can go to slide 11. Okay. So I think despite our meager budget for 2022, we're proud to say that we've made a positive impact on the industry. We've seen a dramatic increase in ISBN number registrations from 2020 to 21. When the previous years, dating back to 2016, there was a decreasing number of ISBN applications. This is partly due to initiatives or interventions by the NBDB, including an MOA with the National Library of the Philippines, but also an initiative from the board to waive the registration for stakeholders, basically to capture the data for the industry. And by registering with the NBDB, this also fast tracks the application process for the ISBNs. So the half of the slide there on your right shows you the corresponding increase in the number of stakeholders that have been registering with the NBDB. And I will breeze through the next following slides. Next. So despite our budget, we're proud to say that the NBDB has actually organized and executed more programs relative to our counterparts in ASEAN, and you can see that there. So I think we're getting to the crux of the matter. Yes. So part of our request here is for the NBDB to have access to 67 million that was funds that were left over from the predecessor of the agency, which is the IMC, or the Instructional Materials Corporation, and later on the IMDC, the Instructional Materials Development Corporation. And this is actually in the law that created NBDB, but regrettably, after 26 years, the present agency has yet to access these funds, and this would be very helpful, particularly this year with such huge reductions from our proposed budgets to the NEP, to fund many of our programs and capacity building projects. Next slide, please. So I think this is the most important slide of my presentation today, which is basically a snapshot of what we had proposed and what makes up for the shortfall. And the 21 item list on this slide basically is an order of priority for NBDB. You will notice that, of course, the number one item, general administrative and support services, has a shortfall of 128 million. Our showcase project, which is the Book Nook, was only given 7.6 million, where we asked 47 million. And there are other key projects there which are not funded under the NEP, the National Book Database, the Filipino Readability Tool, the Book Institute of the Philippines, where we hope to help our publishers improve their quality, etc. I believe these materials were given to the Secretariat. Thank you. So just a little review of our showcase project, which is the Book Nook, was started only in 2020. Basically, these are learning spaces that we try to organize, that we've organized across the Philippines. In the first year we've rolled this out, we were successful in opening 50 or so Book Nook projects. We hope to have more this year. 50, I believe, is our proposal. We are on our way to that despite the reductions in our budget for this year. And for next year, we'd like to roll out even more. As of now, we are already serving something like 5.7 Filipino readers that include mainly children and young adults. The next slide shows you a map of where our Book Nook projects are. You will notice that many of these locations are in conflict areas, areas that lack electrification, that would severely restrict their usage of gadgets for reading books, and other remote areas. And as I said, we'd like to do more if allowed. So just for those who need a recap of what Book Nook is basically a learning space, mainly for children, but it's really actually containing books and other titles that appeal to the entire family. So the basic idea there is to make books accessible to people. It's not exactly quite a library because libraries tend to be formal spaces, and sometimes young learners have insecurities or may feel intimidated going to a library because they have to be quiet, they have to be act properly. But Book Nooks are in areas such as wet markets. Some of them are in mobile locations. And as I said, the main point here is to make books accessible to our young readers and help that important issue about learning poverty in the Philippines. So this slide basically tells you how we set up a Book Nook. Next slide, please. But basically, I think the key part there that I want to underscore is that the Book Nooks are organized in indigenous and remote areas, areas with poor internet connectivity and no electricity, and basically places that need these materials the most. They are a good investment, as you see from this slide, that we averaged in terms of cost only 164 pesos per reader in 2021, which makes it I think, a reasonable investment in such a huge problem that the country faces with our learners. The following slides are merely, I think this is a photo of the Book Nook. Just to give you a quick run through of the other things that we are doing at the National Book Development Board. We are doing capacity building through education, workshops on the entire value chain of the book publishing. We are hoping to do or create a Filipino readability tool, and none exists so far right now in our language, unlike in English. We are continuing to do trade promotions, basically developing new markets for our local books, and we've been expanding this year also through participations in new events such as in the Sharjah, United Arab Emirates. We do research projects, essentially out of capacity building programs, incentive programs, and grants. And of course, we work with the industry associations to help recognize books, partly also to incentivize them in improving their quality. I believe these materials are with your staff, and that concludes my presentation, and we'll be ready with additional questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Dante Ang. And the last but not the least is the Philippine High School for the Arts, Professor Zuniga.
To our Vice President and Deputy Secretary, Honorable Sara Duterte, to our Madam Chair, Senator Pia, at ating pong mga minamahal na mga senador, at sa ating DepEd family, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Para po mapabilis ang ating presentasyon ay unahin ko na po ang ating budget presentation, comparative budget for FY 2023. So for total obligations, we have in here 108 million compared with the approved NEP, which is 103.7 million. There was a 3% decrease in this revised budget. And then for our comparative budget by allotment, this shows that in 2022, the personal services was 36%, MOE 60%, and capital outlay 4%, while in 2023, PS is 39%, MOE is 61%, and CO is down to 0%. For our work program, our curriculum development is ongoing, and we are introducing reforms for our curriculum so that this will be relevant to our young generation. And then we also have our reaccreditation of ISO 9001-2015, which was originally awarded to us in 2018. And then one of the highlights of the year, even though this was done during the pandemic, we were very careful with health protocols. We had what we call the Makisining sa Makiling, Tahanang Bailihan, wherein we partnered with LGUs, namely Los Baños and Bae, and we were able to educate 34 scholars who are not full-time scholars of the PHSA, which means that these are students from public schools from the LGUs. And we gave them free education during the weekend. And they were able to complete already a one-semester program, and their LGUs are now presenting them as performing groups, official performing groups. So that's one thing that we can be very proud of. Reasons for the decrease of the 2023 budget, zero capital outlay based on National Expenditure Program for CY 2023 and unfilled position. And then for our budget utilization rate, 2020, 81%, and then disbursement 89%, 2021, 84% for obligation, and disbursement 87%, which is due to the pandemic. And then the quite low numbers were recorded only in June 2022. So we are still midway through our calendar year. Now concerns po, pending allocation of funds for our creation of 13 non-teaching personnel, which is part of our request for our budget in 2023, and then implementation of the Safe Spaces Act in our campus. So our reforms include limiting in 3 occupants per dormitory as recommended by the National Bureau of Investigation, and then strict curfew hours, regular rounds of security and house parents, and then this one, male students occupy separate dormitory areas from female students. And then we issued official statements regarding the issues confronting us, that the PHSA will not tolerate any harassment in the school. And we have reached out to our alumni and our students. And then for our teachers, we revised our contract and we put in there a colatilia wherein we have provisions for code of ethics among teachers to be observed. And then mandatory foster parents for students who are based in Mindanao and Visayas so that they will have guardians in Luzon. And then this one, we introduced psychosocial counseling upon request from students and alumni. Ongoing investigation conducted by NBI and DepEd, as well as the PNP, the local police, who have already made recommendations for better or improved safety of our student learners. And then we continue conducting seminars on the Safe Spaces Act to students and their parents while they were online last month. And then to our personnel, which includes our maintenance, kuyas, and ates, and also our security guards and drivers. So lahat po, walang po pinalampas, lahat po ay nagte-training po pagdating po sa Safe Spaces Act para po maging ligtas ang ating kapaligiran. Now, because we already housing our students on site and in our dormitory residences, which is very challenging now, we deliver our food packs to their dorms, which is not the usual practice. And then hopefully we can include more CCTV cameras for the safety of our student learners. And then in terms of health naman, we encourage our students to bring their own personal utensils, water containers, beddings, pillows, and blankets. So far, we met mga minor challenges, konting ubot, sipon, lagnat. Either we isolate them or we send them home to their guardians so that we will prevent transmission on campus. Now, for our reforms in the future, we hope to increase the number of house parents or our bantay to make sure that our children are very safe in campus. And then off campus, we need an adult in charge authorized by the school to oversee their activities. And without the approval of the admin and without the guardians, off-campus activities are not allowed. So these are the mga strict mga protocols that we observe now. And then no prior approval, no off-campus activities. Wish lists, capital outlay, office equipment, furniture, communication, other machinery and equipment, technical and scientific equipment amounting to 4.835 million. Now we also added in there 1.491 for maintenance and other operating expenses for our janitorial and security services, so that our total wish list is 6.276 million. Here are a few pictures from our makisining sa Makiling. This one is from Bae, Laguna. So you can see there are young scholars from public schools during the weekend. They're already a recognized performing group in the LGU. And then second one is, sige po. Next one is from Los Baños. And Los Baños also is also assisting us in terms of improving our safety, health protocols, and also in terms of risk reduction measures. And then for our students, current students, even during the pandemic, they bagged 35 medals in international competitions, which is quite high actually. There are so many competitions online. And then 20 medals in local competitions, including the annual National Music Competition for young artists. So many of our students are actually achievers at their age. And then here's something that we can be very proud of. Alumni, we were able to produce our first graduate from the Bilaan community, in the indigenous community, last June 23. So she is actually from South Coronadal. And then for our famous alumni, those who haven't heard of our alumni, Charmaine Bencanino of course, Provinciano, and then our best director at the Cannes Film Festival, Raymond Red, and Soliman Cruz, who received a standing ovation at the recently concluded Venice Film Festival. And then we also have, I have not included here, Nick Pichay, who is the scriptwriter of Lapu-Lapu, the musical held at the Metropolitan Theater. Here is Grace Nono, one of our leading ethno-pop artists, and she's also an ethnomusicologist. Then we have Leila Florentino, one of the original Miss Saigons on Broadway. Our beauty queen, Nina Ricci Alagao. We have famous young fashion designer, Santi Obsena, from the House of Santi. And then yours truly, the first alumnus to be appointed as the director of the school. And then a few of our cultural leaders at the Cultural Center of the Philippines and artists. And then finally, mainit na balita po ito, the Vice Mayor of Davao City actually is a visual artist and he is a graduate of HSA batch 1988. So maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. We will start the questions for the senators, but in my hearings, I promote your right to not fall asleep and to move around. So anytime anyone wants to stand up and just shake their legs, go to the bathroom, no need to ask permission unless, of course, you're the one on board. Yes, and if you need anything, please let us know kasi mag-uumpisa pa lang yung questions natin. Okay, so we follow this rule where we start with the officers and then those physically present. So our chairman, Senator Angara, you have the floor. And then after that, our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Legarda. Is she here? Did she step
No
up?
questions from me, ma'am. Just we're supportive of the budget, and if we can find any room, we'll want to help them with their needs. Yeah.
Thank you. His presence here is a good sign. DepEd family. Tsaka he was listening intently. Dami niyang tinatanong sa akin kanina. Senator Legarda, obviously if she comes back, no, she'll have the floor. But until she does, Senator Pimentel, nag-step out yata ng sabay-sabay ang mga kasama natin. But he's coming back, no? I'm sure he had questions, no? Yeah, he just stepped out.
Madam Chair, online. This is Grace.
Oh, hello, Senator Grace. Yes, I'll call on you when it's your turn. I'll mention so that everybody knows and can manage their personal time, no? So after Senator Legarda, Senator Pimentel, Senator Gatchalian, he's here. Then Senator Ontiveros, and then Senator Tolentino, Padilla, De La Rosa, and then those virtually present, Senator Poe, Senator Estrada, and Senator Binay. So I'll give the floor now to the chairman of the Committee on Basic Ed, Senator Gatchalian. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'll start first with the smaller attached agencies. Start off with ECCD because I saw a huge cut from their 2022 budget. And intact naman po yung ibang budget except for the NCDCs.
Hello, good afternoon again, Your Honor.
So, if I understand it correctly, there's no more budget for the National Child Development.
Yes, Your
Centers.
Honor.
And what is the implication of that?
Actually, as part of our mandate, the implementation of the flagship program for each LG and cities municipality, we want to continue this flagship program to introduce or to model what we are planning to do with the early childhood education. Actually, ito po kasi yung ating model center. Dito natin ini-introduce yung lahat ng makabagong paraan sa pagtuturo. Hindi yung traditional na pagtuturo sa dating daycare center. Ito po dito ini-introduce yung bagong curriculum na develop po ng Early Childhood Care and Development Council, which is the National Early Learning Curriculum. Originally, the reason why we don't have any budget anymore is because of originally our budget came from Republic Act 10.410 or contribution of PAGCOR. So na-deplete na po yung budget and we're asking sa GAA na ma-continue namin. Kasi in totality, almost half of the total cities, municipalities, yun pa lang po yung nare-reach ng ECCD.
Yeah, but I understand kaya wala na pong budget from PAGCOR because under the law, it's only 5 years?
Yes, 5 years contribution.
Correct.
500 million per year.
Correct. And since that expired, wala na pong binibigay ang PAGCOR.
Wala na po.
So ilan po ang
NCDC. Opo. In totality, we're planning to
But right now, ilan po?
right now 859.
Ilan po?
859.
815.
Yes po.
Operates ang itong NCDCs.
The local government unit po.
So local government
Yes
units
po.
po. So itong pondo, you download to the local government unit
Yes, we download it
and then you turn the daycare centers
to
into
Child Development Center.
child
Yes.
development centers.
Ah.
Ilan po ang daycare sa buong Pilipinas?
51, almost 51,000 plus.
51,000
Yes.
ang daycares. And out of the 51,000, 859 pa lang.
Ang total actually, out of 1,634 cities, municipalities, only 859 pa lang po yung na-reach namin na LGUs to provide the model center. But out of the 51 million daycare center, only 1,850 was converted to Child Development Center.
1,050.
800.
Okay. So malayo pa.
Malayo pa ho.
Is there any way to change the strategy instead of the national government converting the daycare to NCDCs? It's the local government.
Yes, actually, Your Honor, we are not the one converting it. It's the LGU converting it.
Okay.
But the process, we have the process how to convert it. When we conduct a professionalization for the existing daycare center or child development workers, the child development workers, and when they start using the new curriculum, that's the time they will convert their existing daycare center to child development center. So yung process po na gamit yung new curriculum, nasa kanila na po yun. We are introducing the new curriculum and they're adapting it. Once they adapt it, doon na po tatakbo na sasabihin natin child development center na sila. Yung funding po for the modeling and refurbishment, sabihin na natin kasi nandun sa batas, conversion of existing daycare center to child development center. Ang ginagawa namin po, meron tayong soft component and hard component. Yung funding po na sinasabi namin na hindi pa nako-convert o hindi pa namo-model is only for the financial assistance for physical establishment ng building. Para bang sinasabi natin, ito pong 10 to na-convert na. Pag na-convert to, kailangan naman natin i-model at magkaroon ng sabihin, ito na, naging child development center na siya. So binibigyan ho namin ng additional financial assistance.
Is there any mandate for the local governments to convert to national child development centers? Meron bang timetable? For example, to be honest, sa Valenzuela, parang wala yata kami doon eh. Meron ba kami doon?
Actually, we already communicated.
We have 50 plus daycare centers Valenzuela, but I don't remember meron kaming
NCDC. In Manila, in National Capital Region.
Pero ang punto ko lang ho, wala rin naman nagsasabi sa amin ay convert na to
Child development.
Correct, to child development center. So we're still operating under the old daycare
Center.
system. No? Although we improved it a bit, we have our own improvements. But my point of the matter there is no mandate. We don't feel the push from ECCD to transform ourselves from the old daycare to the new CDCs. So, and since wala na hong pondo ngayon, baka lalong walang push na mangyayari. That's my point. So maybe my point of the matter is I think we should re-strategize, no? And engage the local government units to transform their daycares to CDCs.
Yes.
No? Especially in the urban areas kasi mga urban areas may capability naman sila.
The intervention that we're doing, Your Honor, is we have, through the advocacy and social mobilization program that we have, we conducted a series of
Yeah, but I don't feel it. Ako, taga Valenzuela po,
Yes.
wala akong I don't see any, to be honest about it, I don't see any engagement between Valenzuela and ECCD. No, so I don't hear of anything.
Yes.
No, so my point there is, sir, is Kasi even though the chairman and Madam Chair will restore the budget, I don't think we'll have enough budget to convert 51,000 daycares.
Actually, sir, the conversion that I'm mentioning is the program of ECCD is provide one model center, which is the NCDC, and convert the 10 daycare center into child development center. That's the first program that we are advocating to all LGU.
Yeah.
The rest of the 51,000 daycare center, they will convert it at their own. So meaning to say,
But what's the timetable? Is there a timetable?
we don't have yet the timetable, but for the modeling of this, for the establishment of daycare center or National Child Development Center, we're proposing to reach all the LGU by an additional 5 years if we are giving a budget.
And it's about
Additional 5 years if we were going.
5 years.
Yes,
Of
if we're
how
going
much
to.
do you need? How much do you need for that 51,000
Actually,
conversion?
sir, Your Honor, last Congress, we already asked the Congress to assist us in order us to have additional extension of the PARCOR contribution amounting to 5 billion. 5 billion in order us to finish all the cities, municipalities, including the conversion, plus we will provide all the provinces one model center also for their provincial innovation.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, yung batas po na bill na inain po sa Kongreso is napunta na po after third reading, hindi na po natapos.
Sir, ganito na lang, no? So that we won't belabor the topic. Just submit to us how much do you need to convert that 51,000 daycare. And then another one is I really want to encourage ECCD to change the strategy because realistically hindi natin mako-convert yung 51,000, no? I think we really need to seek the help of the LGUs and
Yes.
encourage them and to a certain extent put some timetable to convert their CDCs. I'm talking from my experience in Valenzuela. So ganun na lang po, just submit to us that budget and then later on, maybe through one of our hearings in the committee, we'll listen to your strategy. No, I'm just telling you to come up with a much more feasible strategy kasi talagang kulang yung pondo.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Chair, with the permission of Senator Gatchalian, just one question on the topic. Your Honor, good afternoon. Your budget originally for 2022 was 59 million. But this through the help, the intervention, the leadership of Vice Chair Cayetano, who chairs this subcommittee, we increased your budget by 182 million. So your budget became 242 million. And that 182 million was for the establishment of national child development centers. How are you with that budget? Are you, in terms of utilization? Magkano na utilize nyo and what's your accomplishment report for that?
For the utilization during 2021, we reached 91% of the total.
At 2022 po, hindi po to 2021.
2020,
Yes,
sorry,
we
sorry.
gave you an additional 182 million for the establishment of NCDCs or National Child Development Centers. Kamusta na po yun? Ilan, kung may nagawa kayo, ilan po yun? And how are you progressing with the other, with the utilization of those funds?
Yes, for 2021, our total number of reach LGUs is only 11 out of.
Yung tanong ko po 2022.
2022.
Hindi po
Sorry, at the 2022 utilization, only 11 was reached by NCDC out of the 50 targeted LGUs. Ang reason po nito is actually prepared na po lahat. We're just waiting for the exemption of meron kasing issuance Memorandum Circular number 3. So yun po yung nagiging hindering factor namin. Bakit hindi ho kami makapag-enter into a Memorandum of Agreement with other LGUs? So hindi ho namin ma-reach yung iba pa. Yun lang ho talaga naging problema namin.
Yeah. Have you discussed that problem maybe with DBM? Yung, kasi it will lead to a underutilization of funds. Pagka,
Yes.
Na-discuss nyo na yun with DBM?
Actually, yes sir, na-discuss na namin. That's the reason why they encourage us doon sa notice of cash allocation na ipambayad muna namin for all the accounts payable. But the problem, hindi na namin, maubos man namin yung NCA, we cannot use the remaining allotment because of that issuance. I cannot enter into any MOA or contract with the other recipient because of that.
I imagine that's not exclusive to your agency, Madam Chair. So maybe we can talk to DBM about that problem. But thank you again. Thank you to Senator Gatchalian for
Thank you,
lending
Honor.
this time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Senator
with the
Gatchalian,
indulgence of
with your
Senator
indulgence on
Gatchalian.
the same topic para we can leave this na rin. Thank you.
Salamat, Madam Chair, and maraming salamat kay Sen Gatchalian. Just on this exact same topic also, Sir Isip, kasi nga we received the report that ECCD Council received a budget cut of 190 million pesos. And may impression po na yung ECCD Council is actually underperforming based on your low level of budget utilization. At ganun din po yung kasasabi nyo sa amin ngayon, no? Out of 50 target LGUs, 11 pa lang at least for this year. Maybe later I could also ask the good secretary about this, pero dahil on board na kayo, Sir Isip, I wanted to know anong assessment nyo sa ECCD program and what can we expect in terms of improving the performance of the ECCD councils para ma-fulfill po ang mandate ninyo.
Okay. For the last 2 years, Madam Chair, Your Honor, for the last 2 years, since we have a difficulty on reaching the LGUs and even conducting our mandate or our program PPAs, we provide additional or sabihin natin alternative mode of delivery. Doon sa alternative mode of delivery na ginawa po namin for our PPAs, that hindi na ho namin kailangan hindi kailangan but hindi namin mai-utilize yung aming pinograma sa aming budget. Because of most of our PPAs required a face-to-face activity doon po during the 2 years implementation of the program. Ang ginawa po namin is po online po, which is hindi naman kami gumastos ng traveling expenses and transportation expenses and even the hotel accommodation. So yun po yung reason bakit naging mababa yung utilization namin pagdating sa program implementation. And for the establishment of NCDC, I have the record here that it shows that for our obligation or utilization for the establishment of National Child Development Center, nagre-range po siya ng 90 to 95%. So only this year po ang hindi namin ma-reach dahil nga po doon sa ating problema.
Salamat, Madam Chair and Sen Gatchalian. Siguro later na I'll follow up with SEC from the higher level of DepEd itself kung paano nila mas maitutulak ang ECCD to fulfill your mandate. Salamat po.
Thank you, thank you. Just to wrap up this topic for the record, kasi I'd like everyone we're all obviously very interested on this, no? For 2021, correct me if I'm wrong, my record shows that 86% was your obligation rate and 75% was your disbursement rate. Kaya the following year, bigay naman kami. And as the chairman has said, we've really supported this. In fact, I want for the record, ang GAA is 182 million, but Mr. Chairman, the Senate version was 232 million. So your subcommittee, Mr. Chairman, made a time frame where the goal was really every year, just as I had presented to in the DBCC briefing, we were able to close that gap, no, for the establishment of these centers because the late father of our chairman was actually the author, no, of this law, diba? The law creating this. So I've worked with him on this. Anyway, for the record, that's why we've always supported. Kaya we want to be sure na may proof kayo na you'll be able to deliver. Ano yan, lahat kami, we're on board on trying to help you here. So I go back to the chairman of the committee. You have the floor, Senator Gatchalian. And all of our questions will not be taken out of your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don't worry about that. Madam Chair, actually, on that topic also, the utilization, and tama po ba, in 2020, the utilization is only 27%, and then in 2021 is only 36%. Yeah.
Your Honor, based on my records, the total utilization rate of ECCD for 2020 is 91%, sorry, 82%, and for 2021 as 86% for the total, no? But for the establishment of the center or the National Child Development Center, for 2020, 91%, and for 2021, 95% po.
I have a different figure here. The utilization for 2020 is 27%. Utilization meaning appropriations over disbursements over appropriations.
Yes, I think that's the reason for that is because of the total congressional insertion appropriated to ECC but not released due to issuance of because of the Bayanihan Act.
Okay.
Hindi ko na-release sa amin lahat yun eh.
Okay.
So our record is based on the allotment that we received.
Okay. Okay. So may mga FLRs, in other words, no, during 2020 and 2021.
Opo.
All right. Sige. Thank you, sir. And then another question to NAS, no, to National Academy
Thank
of
you.
Sports. I also saw a significant cut on the item, ED Joy. On the second, this is this secondary education program, a decline of 100 million. Tama po ba? It's the integrated promotion, development, and implementation of quality and enhanced sport integrated secondary education program. Medyo mahaba siya. No? From 188 to 88 million.
Okay, let me check on that po.
Maraming fans ng NAS dito. Si Chairman Sani, si Chairperson Pia. Maraming author itong bill na ito dito, including myself. So,
Yeah,
Referring to the operations, yung 188 million down to 88?
Yeah. It's a program titled Promotion, Development, and Implementation of Quality and Enhanced Sports Integrated Secondary Education Program.
yeah. Honorable Senator, the reason why we had yung decrease yung aming utilization rate because we budgeted the 2022 budget was really based on a face-to-face learning modality. So whereas the actual classes and training were done online, so this results to really a lower expenditure for meals and even isa pa yung sa reason which I mentioned a while ago, we were not able also to procure anything yet, no? So that's the reason why we have a very low utilization rate
And
because
that's why they cut it also.
yes.
Because the utilization rate is low. So,
Yes,
but I just want to ask the implication of that cut. No, because it's secondary education program, so I would assume this is academics related.
Actually, most of these are all operations. That that's only in the academics, but most especially on the sports training parameter. So,
What's the implication to the operations of NAS?
of course, one, there's no exposures for our students. So that's why we were not able to utilize our budget, no? Travel restrictions and even the promotional activities were not done. Kaya yun po yung reason kung bakit hindi na-utilize din po talaga yung budget, Honorable Senator.
But will the operations of NAS be hampered with that cut?
Parang vicious cycle.
Yes, definitely po.
Paano po? That's what I want to understand, no? Kasi bumaba siya ng 88 to 88 million eh. So ano po ang maapektuhan sa NAS?
Okay. One is that nung 2021, I just want to start, no? 2021 po kasi, Senator, we are under the line budget of DepEd. So our resources are still with them. So wala pa pong
But with this cut, ano maapektuhan, ED Joy?
Alin po?
Yung cut na 100 million.
Affected dyan yung aming yung one is operations, and then number two, our sports competitions, the scholarships, yung ano, yung meals, pati yung okay, nutritional supplements, lahat po, yung meal preps. So even the standard expenses that are needed for
Yeah.
for the students. So kasi right now we are still all of our operations are still online, but we're doing blended learning.
Yeah. So,
No, for this
Joy,
year.
I just want to spread that into the record so that we'll have understanding on what is going to be the implication of that cut, no? And I know that NAS is trying to grow itself, no, and attract more students. But of course, the cut will not enable it to attract students, especially from the countryside. So
Right.
just want to put that on record and just submit to us what will be the effect of that 100 million cut.
Yes, Senator, we'll prepare those listings and then we'll submit to your office.
Thank you, ED Joy. And
Yeah.
but there's also another item that I saw here. No, there's 81 authorized positions for NAS, but by end of the year there's 77 unfilled positions. No, so hindi siya na. How come it's not filled? There's
Okay.
still
We were
77.
actually we were affected. Thank you for that manifestation, Senator. Well, we were affected by the hiring period from the time during the election ban, and then the transition period. So wala pong na-hire during the time. So we only started hiring by July. So doon pa lang po nagsa-start yung aming hiring positions, and we were also limited because yung sa plantilla positions kasi, kailangan ma-fill up yon. Okay? Unfortunately, iilan lang din yung mga capable of forming the personal selection board. So nagkakaroon po ng ng limitations on the hiring process, but hopefully we'll be able to fulfill and filling up the hiring the remaining 70 positions by the end of this year.
Kaya po by end of the year, the 77.
Hopefully, Senator,
Sayang kasi it's already there.
yes,
It's allocated
that's
already.
correct.
All
We
right.
will really try to fill in all the remaining positions po.
Thank you. Sige. Thank you, ED Joy. And lastly, Madam Chair, just a statement to DepEd proper. I'm quite happy that the DepEd budget increased by 63%. That's about 10% of the previous budget. And I'm also happy to note that the utilization rate of DepEd remains high, at 90%. Alam ni Yusek Anto, initially, utilization is really a big problem of DepEd initially, during the early times, because spending half a billion pesos in 1 year is not easy. Now spending 700 billion pesos is not easy. So just want to commend the department for maintaining that high utilization. Hopefully we can still go up to 95 to even higher. And the added 63 billion is also a welcome addition because we're striving to hit that 4% target, 4% of GDP as prescribed. So 46%, but lower end at 4%. So at least that's a little bit closer from 3% to 3.2% now. So that's a good piece of good news for our education sector, especially we're trying to recover from the pandemic. Just a little bit of suggestion. I saw that the SPED budget, we need to hopefully under the leadership of our chairman and chairperson, we can improve additional budget for SPED. I think that is an item that we can improve on. We can also improve on the allocation for ALS. I know it's under FLO, but traditionally, we're encouraging the department to create a separate item for that so that ALS will have its own line item to spend. No? And then lastly, I remember last time Secretary Briones mentioned some bottlenecks in the hiring. I think it takes about 6 months to hire people. And I'm quite confident under the leadership of our Vice President with those bottlenecks can be now resolved. No? Because I remember Secretary Briones mentioned that there are some coordination issues with CSC and others. No? So I think those are the things that we can improve on. And lastly pala, the issue of classrooms, and this is something that we can work together to improve on. I know that I agree with VP Sara that the classroom issue is quicksand. No, because we ran some figures every year. Government loses about 7 billion pesos in calamity in terms of classrooms because of calamity. So in other words, hinahabol natin in 7 billion. But this year, the allocation for classroom is only 5 billion. So negative na tayo kaagad. No, so I think that's something that we can work on. Although it's a quite a challenging amount, but it's something that we can work on. No, so with that, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, thank you for the time and thank you very much. And thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Gatchalian. Let's go back to Senator Legarda. Would you like to say something, ma'am? Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to give an update about the special ed program from USEC Sevilla.
Thank you, ma'am, Madam Chair. And Senator Win, we would like to update you that we will internally realign some of our funds so that the SPED program will be funded in 2023. So we will restore the budget of SPED as the per instruction of our BP Secretary, all of it in the same level of the 2022 budget po. Thank you, Your Honor.
That note, to be clear ha, 3 taon namin pinaglaban ni Senator Gatchalian na nakaseparate yan ha kasi we wanted to assure the SPED parents and the recipients of course that that budget is really for them, no? So maybe Yusek Ann, you can add a little bit of details kasi 'di ba because of the new law, Senator Gatchalian, no, our inclusive education law, there were some, obviously there are some changes that had to be made, right? So you were telling me in my briefing that of course there was this transition and everything. So unfortunately, hindi nga na-fund yan, but you are assuring us that it will be there. I really want to put that on record because pag wala yan dyan sa NEP, next year wala na naman yan. So that's my problem also eh. So what otherwise we could devote as you know the limited congressional initiatives we can make, we'll have to make space again for that. That's why I really want to put on record na you wanted that budget, it's supposed to be there, and as far as you're concerned, for the next budgets to come, you will fight for that budget. In fact, more pa because we now have a law that puts very strong demands, no, on in terms of what we have to do to support that law, di ba? So the record shows Yusek Ann is nodding her head. Okay na naman yun unless you want to add pa something.
Yes. Yusek Densing wants to add something.
Ma'am, based on our discussions, we would like to institutionalize the budget for SPED. In fact, when we say institutionalize, we'd like to put it as part of Tier 1 when we do the budgeting. Part of it really right now is to coordinate with the Department of Interior and local government so that we can communicate with the local chief executives and identify the number of special children who are in the special education. And hopefully we can put infrastructure programs or projects in certain areas where there is volume of special education children. So our target is to institutionalize the SPED budget for DepEd. That's part of the directives, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Still want to say something?
No, just the updates on the other matters. But yes, it's about the SPED.
Kayo na muna.
Yes. Thank you, Yusek Densing and Yusek Sevilla. And Yusek Mercado already committed during our Execom committees that reforms will be implemented in the BHROD during her term. Would you like to say something? No more? No more? Yes. And then an update on the classrooms construction. I was already called for a meeting on Monday in the afternoon with the Department of Budget and Management Secretary and the Department of Public Works and Highways Secretary on Monday regarding classroom construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, we welcome
Madam
the...
Chair, I'm sorry. One
Yes.
more to close the issue on SPED, unless there's anything else later on. I also just want to put on record that in the last 2 years, Your Honor, we included a special provisions that access infrastructure for access of SPED students would be made available in the construction and even in the quick response fund. So for the record, so I know that we're all on board on this, and you can expect that we'll put that again for the special as a special provision. We all worked on this together, the senators, so we're happy to continue to do that. Okay, the floor is yours, Madam Senate President Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, Vice President, Madam Secretary. First of all, we welcome the clarification regarding SPED because it caused quite a stir questions, but I was confident that it would be restored because I've never seen a zero budget for SPED, especially since I also chaired this committee for 5 years, and I don't think there's been a zero budget ever for SPED, but I was sure that there must have been some miscommunication and you would not allow under your leadership and as well here that there would be. So anyway, it's been solved, and in fact, there could be further improvements even on enhanced budget, and we welcome the so-called institutionalization of the SPED budget. I will go now to what Madam Secretary, Vice President mentioned on the school building program, because since I started in the Senate in 1998, the word backlog of basic education facilities and classrooms and school buildings has always been one of the challenges of the department. And I see it's already 2023 budget. It's still a challenge. So my question is, will there be a time where we will no longer have a backlog? Because based on your allocation, the 5.947 billion you've allocated for the school building program and the 3.199 billion for 2022, I don't think this will cover all the pending, not just rehabilitation, but new classrooms needed. So my question is, what is the real backlog of classrooms, school buildings, and how long will it take us to overcome that backlog so that we are on the exact number of needs? Of course, we have a growing population and we realize that. And if you were to have your wish list of a budget for the basic education facilities, more particularly the school buildings, how much would that be? So your 4.97 is for how many classrooms? It says here 2,379. Ang layo niyan sa backlog na 165,000 na backlog. And another question is, I have two figures. DepEd says the backlog is 97,000, but per DBM in the DBCC, I see that it was 165,522. So, simple po, ano ba talaga ho ang backlog? At ilang taon pa natin or magkanong pondo para hindi na tayo maka-backlog or hindi pa talaga mangyayari yan? Otherwise, we tanggap na lang natin that we won't be able to meet all of this. Because for the past 25 years, there's always a backlog and we're never able to catch up with this. Thank you. Madam Secretary or any of your staff in charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lagarda. ASEC Christopher Arnuco will answer your question.
Thank you, Madam Senator. their indulgence, the 169,000 was based on the 2019 national school building inventory. However, recently there was an instruction to conduct a survey from the various regions, and the numbers that we gathered was about 97,408 as of July 2022. But we're still validating it further. As you are aware, calamities happen, and definitely additional buildings will have to be built. For instance, I'll give you an example, which is in the case of Masantol. 6 classroom buildings were burned during the Typhoon Carding. Well, it rained, but it got burned. So these numbers relatively is liquid as we're trying to validate it on the ground. As to the funds, we would definitely need as much as the proposed budget for school buildings, about to restore the 87 billion that was taken from DepEd's budget. It was reduced further to 5.9 billion. If we could access that, then definitely we would be able to provide the backlog. As to the number of years, based on our computations, about 3 years to complete on a continuing construction basis.
So up to 2025, you envision that given your projections for the annual budget, you will be able to complete and there will be zero backlog in 3 years? Is that possible? It seems, I actually heard that statement also decades ago, but we still have a huge backlog. Oo. But are you optimistic we'll finish it in 3 years? Parang imposible.
Yeah, well, the backlog, ma'am, is due to the lack of appropriate budget to actually cover it. So it gets protracted because we could not meet the numbers. However, if the budget is restored and with an aggressive point to really make our partnership work with DPWH or even with our regional offices to conduct the necessary procurement, we might be able to hit the 3-year projection period.
It's the 2022 status of its obligation, disbursement, and your actual implementation of the present year's budget of 3.199 billion. Are my figures correct? It's 3.1 billion for this year. It's already September. What is your status of utilization?
It's with DPWH, ma'am. We will have to ask DPWH to give us those numbers.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. You
I'm
should
sure you
know
would have the
that.
figure.
You should know that.
Meron kayo niyan. Meron kayo. 18%. Alam kong pondo
Yes,
nyo, at alam ko rin na may MOA ang DPWH at saka kayo
Thank
na
you, ma'am.
sila nag-i-implement, pero meron kayong figures niyan.
Correct, ma'am. So as to the obligated, it's about 13.45%. This is based on the report that was given to us.
13 or 30?
13.45%. As to the disbursement, ma'am, it's about 18.03%. But as I've said earlier, while we have these figures, we will have to work closely with DPWH on the completion of the.
Okay, which brings me to my question. It's not a matter of Congress giving you the budget because you have a 3.199 budget and it's already the last quarter of the year. Yes, DepEd is the one that constructs and only rehabilitation and refurbishing is done by DepEd itself. But you only have a 13%, correct, disbursement and 18% obligation? What is it? Or is it the other way around?
The other way around.
Okay, whichever it is, it's way below the 20%. So even if Congress gives you your wish list to complete the backlog in the basic education facilities, school buildings, but your rate of obligation is so low, may I know, Madam Secretary, it's also good that you know this as a new Secretary of DepEd. This is a perennial, it's an annual problem, regardless of administration. What is the problem between DepEd and DPWH that the monies given by Congress is not timely allocated, utilized, implemented to the detriment of the utilization of the funds for our children? Ano po ang problema palagi?
Ma'am, I can only surmise that for 2022, given that we had an election, so election ban is a factor. Second is the number of calendar days or the timeline that the pre-construction timeline proposed, which is about 239 days. This is from DPWH based on our numbers. So what we're saying is that if we are allowed to procure, we would be able to reduce it because we would be able to streamline the process of procurement. However, this is how it's timelined.
I'm not certain. You know, this is not the first year problem. Every year, for in fact decades, that's always a problem. The utilization of the building fund, the school building fund. USEC knows this. Ano kaya? I'm certain in the time of Madam Secretary, would we be able to find the solution to a quicker utilization of the fund? Sayang, nandyan ang pera, and we're only using less than 20% by the end of the year already. Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Legarda. Ma'am, this is something that is already in the list of the items we want to take up in the meeting on Monday. Actually, I was happy that I received the message this afternoon from DBM that DPWH will sit down in that meeting as well.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and we hope that by the time we reach the plenary, we will be able to address this. USEC knows this. This is an annual problem, not just in your time, but in previous administrations. Otherwise, sayang po ang pondo na linalaan at gusto man naming itaas po ang inyong budget, pero kung hindi nagagamit, ay sayang na sayang po. Which you mentioned about disasters. Paano ba ang dapat gawin para hindi gamitin na ang ating mga eskwelahan as evacuation centers? I think, where did I see it? There's 63% of schools which are used as evacuation centers according to a study. So I'd like to know about the learning conditions during disasters so that there's learning continuity. Being a disaster-prone country with more than 20 typhoons, alam naman natin, hindi natin mapapagbawal yan, but how will we be able to do learning continuity even during times of disasters? What do we do? We cannot prevent them from not using the schools.
Sorry,
Yes, Secretary.
before the Vice President answers, no, to be clear, we can prevent them by law. By law, they're not supposed to. But I know the Vice President has made a statement on that. I just wanted to clarify that we should be able to prevent them.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Will we do that? Otherwise, where do we put them? Yes.
Yes, Honorable Legarda. Your Honor, I released a recent department order where I instructed our field offices not to allow our schools to become more or less permanent evacuation centers. So we only allow not more than 15 days of schools to be used as evacuation centers. I already raised this as well with the Secretary of the ILG so that he can speak to his LGU officials as well, that this is the direction of the Department of Education, because before August 23, when we were conducting an inventory of our schools, we found out that some of our schools are still used as evacuation centers for Odette and the landslide in Leyte. That is why we released that department order and talked to the Secretary of the ILG. But our USEC for field operations, USEC Escobedo, can add more about the answer, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam VP and Madam Chairman. We have a law that provides for the construction of evacuation centers in every municipality, and that schools should be the last resort in terms of using our schools as evacuation sites. But in the event that there is no evacuation center in a municipality, and our schools are used as evacuation sites, then our teachers will resort to alternative delivery mode of learning delivery, which means that we will resort to a modular learning or online. And we advise the local government that the use of our schools as evacuation site will be just 2 to 3 days, because we have to use also our schools for our learners. And this recent Typhoon Carding, we have schools that were used as evacuation centers in Nueva Vizcaya, but the evacuees just used our schools just 1 day or 2 days at most.
The memo of the secretary was 15 days, not more than 15 days, right? Yes, yes. So thank you for that answer. And we hope that, I'm not sure if it's a law. I think it's just a bill that every LGU is mandated to provide its own evacuation center. I don't think it's still a law. And if it's a law, it may be an unfunded law because it's not the case. We don't see 1,600 evacuation centers in every city and municipality. But talking about disasters, the issue of mental health and during typhoons, during the pandemic, and we know that the issue of the hiring of plantilla guidance counselors is also a challenge because you may have the funds for that, but only, is this accurate? 42% of the items are filled for guidance counselors. We know that registered guidance counselors are difficult to hire. May we know, Madam Secretary, we spoke about this a few months ago when you visited my province, when we, although this was a college student, but we talked about the importance of mental health and the possibility of hiring or having guidance counselors and psychologists in schools. May we know if the DepEd has a program for post-pandemic recovery for guidance counseling? And why is it that at least 42% of the plantilla provided for is still unfilled to date? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The matter of the program will be answered by Yusek Escobedo of the Field Operations, and the matter on the HR will be answered by Yusek Mercado of BHROD.
Thank you. Actually, we've been advertising the positions for guidance counselor, but there are no takers because one is the position is very low. It's only grade 13, no? And the grade level is very low. And there are no, the market is not, the labor market does not have as many guidance counselors. Some guidance counselor would even prefer to teach rather than act as guidance counselor because of the progression also. There's no very clear progression yet of the guidance counselor, while as the teachers have very clear career progression. But we're trying to level off with DBM to come up with a different system that we can scale down the requirement. Like psychology graduates can apply for the position, and our NEAP, the National Educators Academy, would just develop some program that would build their competency for guidance counseling. So we hope that that would be approved in scaling down our qualification standards. Thank you, Madam Senator.
Madam Senate President Pro Temp, let me add, no? I think you didn't mention, but we've had it in our previous discussions over the years. The requirement is even more difficult because it's such a low salary grade. And then there's a masteral requirement. Masters. So the chairman and I were talking about it. It's kind of really embarrassing, no? It's such a low, no? Anyway, I've also had a discussion with our new DBM secretary on that, no? But she will need your input on creating that career path because it's really so much needed now. So please work with her. As you said, you've already started, but I've already told her that this is something that we've been trying to do. Kindly work with her para baka next budget, no? Maano na natin to. Can you imagine if other teachers just need to get the teachers can get a master's, or imagine we're so rigid about it. Like you said, no, psychology graduate, di yata pwede, talagang kailangan guidance counselor. It's crazy.
And Madam Chair, aren't you supposed to pass a professional exam also to be a guidance counselor?
Yes.
So that's another restriction, that's another hurdle. It's
There's
another
the
hurdle.
requirement for passing the exam for guidance counselor. Tsaka mataas yung level nung kukunti lang yung pumapasa nung guidance.
Yeah, that's right. So that you
exam.
you limited yourself already there in itself. So we the aim is good, Madam Chair. No, you want to professionalize and have qualifications, but unfortunately, we've taken it to fetishistic levels. Masyado may fetish na tayo with titles and degrees when really the trend is really towards competencies rather than titles and qualifications. So I think you're the educators, you're the ones in charge. I think we have to really have that spirit there. Like in CHED, we want a master's degree for all the or a doctorate for all the state college presidents and officers, So what you end up is you have all these people trying to get PhDs from the easiest possible school, di ba? Para matapos nila kaagad rather than have a quality degree, di ba? So unfortunately, that's the perverse effect of some of our policies. So sana we move towards competencies rather than titles, qualifications, degrees.
Thank you. Do
Senator,
I still
Senator
have a-
Lawrence still has the floor.
I still have a few minutes. Thank you.
But Senator Hontiveros had a follow-up question before you jump to the guidance counselor. It was still on disaster risk. Go ahead, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Salamat, Madam Chair, at salamat, Sen. Lauren. Sec, about the contact time. So, may department order kayo na maximum 15 days lang pwedeng gamitin ng schools for evacuation centers. But still, 15 days less contact time out of yung 200 days. So, estimate mga 7% pa rin yon ng contact time among the students and teachers. So, at hindi pa po kasama yung ibang mga interference. So, pagkatapos po ng disaster, pag naibalik na sa school yung SOL na paggamit sa eskwelahan, paano yung catch-up plan for learning?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Ontiveros. Actually, ma'am, even if they do not attend in-person classes, there is an assumption that there is a distance learning, particularly with modular assignments or online if it is possible.
Salamat kaayo, Sec. And salamat, Madam Chair and Sen. Lauren.
Actually, what I just want to add, because I had the luxury of time now when I had the briefing with your team, Vice President, it was very nice that the chart that they showed me, wherein the mandate is everybody is face-to-face, but the exception would be this is now the best time to introduce blended and flexible learning when there are circumstances such as disasters, isolated areas. That's the time we introduce blended learning. That's the exact time to do that. And I appreciate that we made that distinction. Thank you. Maybe you can show that later on kasi it's a very nice visual that, para klaro tayo. Hindi basta-basta lang na modular tayo kung pwede naman mag face-to-face, diba? You use it when it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I go to the issue of reading literacy. We've all read in the past months the OECD report when we were one of the countries that was surveyed, and this is the PISA report, the Program for International Student Assessment, which said that 1 in 4 Filipino students now have difficulty in reading. We've all read that in the past few months. What are the new programs of the DepEd? Are there changes in the curriculum to be able to address this very special need at this most critical time on the challenges in reading literacy?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Our USEC for Curriculum and Instruction, USEC Aviola.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable Senator Ligarda. First of all, we conducted this PISA in 2018 and the result came out in 2019. And I think that was the basis of our findings. And after that, we came up with an intervention. And we hope that it will assist us to catch up with this observation. We have this PISA, we conducted another PISA last June 2022, and we are waiting for the result come 2023. So,
The intervention that the DepEd did.
one of these intervention is to improve the standard of our teachings. Yes. Yes.
Madam President, if I may. Madam President, during our many discussions about this learning loss, first of all, while there is seemingly and obviously a learning loss, there is no conclusive evidence that there is such. In other words, there was no real study made, but we conclusively had that even the world poverty, the loss poverty, the learning poverty that the World Bank assessed our country is simply a simulation. But obviously there is. So what we're doing right now at DepEd is we've spoken with the curriculum and instruction strand to carry on all assessment tools possible, whether from our side or from the private sector. In a crisis environment, we are allowed to do a hit and miss. Because if we do not try to hit and miss or try to use these assessment tools, we'll not be able to know whether or not there's really a real loss. The private sector, several private sector schools, including that of the University of San Carlos and Thames International Business Schools, has proposed to us certain assessment tools that they've been using for many private schools, and we intend to use that assessment tool for public schools. Just to confirm that there is such a loss, a learning loss prevailing right now. We've already done the assessment of the K to 10. There's now an internal and external consultation with stakeholders before we launch the new curriculum for K to 10. By November, we'll start to assess K to 12, and hopefully in 6 months' time, we'll be able to redo the curriculum of K to 12. And more importantly, as mentioned by Chairperson Senator Angara, we will focus more on competencies rather than titles. In other words, many of us in the executive committee of the DepEd will focus at looking at initially at the K to 3 curriculum, looking at it in a more practical perspective rather than theoretical. And we've already accepted a certain principle, at least in the part of the DepEd today, under the leadership of Vice President Secretary Sara, that we will challenge the perspective of the experts. In other words, the words of the experts may not necessarily be gospel truth. So we will have to balance the perspective of the experts and the perspective of the practical side of education. And we will have to listen to our stakeholders, including the teachers, including the parents, and even the students themselves. So this will be a whole of nation approach to be able to address this so-called learning loss. And the 2019 PISA result is also is already to some extent a conclusive way of telling us that there is already learning loss, having landed last among 79 countries in reading comprehension and second to the last in math and science. So we are in a crisis situation in the education sector that was made clear to us by Secretary Sara, by VP Sara, mentioning even to us that we are lost in the forest right now because we are too theoretical in addressing learning loss rather than being practical and looking at the competence side of it. So that's all, Madam Chair.
Can I clarify? Yes, Madam Vice President.
Yes, Your Honors. We instructed for our field offices to create their own learning recovery and continuity plan. And we have strategies to accelerate these learning recovery continuity plans, one of which is profiling and clustering of learners based on academic needs or learning gaps. Number 2 is expand learning time. Number 3, strengthen the implementation of the policy on engaged time on tasks. Number 4, conduct end of school year or summer learning remediation intervention programs. Number 5, develop learning remediation and intervention resources. Number 6, implement in-person and virtual study groups or buddy system. Number 7, engage parents, legal guardians in facilitating learning. Number 8, intensifying implementation of reading intervention programs. Number 9, intensify the use of the English language in teaching learning process for subjects taught in English. Number 10, conduct regular home visitation and follow-ups. Number 11, establish literacy at home and in the communities. Number 12, conduct professional development activities for teachers including the Learning Action Cell sessions. Number 13, hire additional learning support aides. And number 14, intensify instructional supervision. For the past 2 weeks, we were doing focus group discussions among the different strands in the Department of Education. And then one thing we learned is that there is no national reading program for our learners. So it is up to the field to develop their own reading program through their Brigada Escuela. And this is something that I think should be worked on by the Department of Education, a national reading program for our K to grade 3.
Be happy to support that. And I appreciate you're giving us your 14 pointers. That was what I meant. I wanted to know the interventions that will be done by the DepEd and the Vice President Secretary. So, well, succinctly, told us what will be done. I would be happy to receive perhaps the operationalization of those 14 pointers as an intervention to the 2018 OECD PISA study where we landed last with Dominican Republic. Yes, thank you very much for that answer. I will not ask you now to give me the details of those 14 points, but I would be so happy to see how each field office would be helped in terms of the pointers that you had said, and how we can help in terms of, yes, establishing a national reading program that would be so exciting to, as one of the programs of the Office of the Secretary. And will you be allowed to do that also in the field offices of the Office of the Vice President, or even in a DepEd regional offices? That would be good. I don't think we've embarked on such a national reading program in the recent years, have we?
None,
In
Your
DepEd?
Honor. Yes, yes, Your Honor. There is no national reading program.
Will this be in English?
The direction of President Marcos is that we go back to the bilingual program, which is subjects that are supposed to be taught in Tagalog, should be taught in Tagalog, and English subjects that are supposed to be taught in English should be in English.
Lingual, English, and Filipino.
Yes,
It
correct.
would be helpful if the committee, through our chair and vice chair, members of the could receive perhaps a clearer a concept note on the national reading program, which we would like to support. I have more questions, but I don't want to take too much time of all my colleagues. I can see the chair staring at me already, but I have so many more questions. But
Bilis
thank
na
you.
yung second round. Konti na lang tayo dito.
Yes, but thank you. Did I use my 10 minutes
You
already?
did.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. No, kilala man ako ni Yusek Ann, talagang we just support DepEd, and we want everything to be supported. But bilin lang ha, yung 18% or no, 13% utilization ng school building, naku naman, Oktubre na tayo. I'm sure that the Secretary would not allow any waste of funds with regards to the infrastructure that needs to be built. Thank you very much for your patience, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank
Of course, anytime. Before I go to the next senator who will ask, which is Senator Riza, I just want to wrap up the issue, at least insofar it has been discussed, no, on the school buildings, no, to also give the Vice President Secretary and background. In the 3 years that I chaired the committee budget, the budget of DepEd, Yusek Ann, you will remember, I hosted in my own office meetings between DepEd and DPWH. So, ASEC Arnuco, in all due respect, you need to know these things. Okay? You should have come here knowing those things and not tell us na you will ask. Kasi you took over from whoever was handling this, and we've had these discussions, right? I trust, in fact, VP Secretary, the following year, maayos na. At least maayos yung discussion, no? On the implementation. I leave that to the agencies. Pero maayos na yung discussion, natapos na yung turuan. Which is why, dear colleagues, one of the very important budget requests they have is that, and I don't know the right term, that evaluation, the site valuation. Importante yun kasi yun yung toka ninyo, di ba? Or I don't know now with devolution kung toka nyo yun in so far lang as the 5th and 6th, make it clear na lang. But that was such an important thing because after you evaluate it, yun lang naman ang nirereklamo ni DPWH noon na hindi nila magawa kasi hindi pa clear kung ano dyan, tapos malulubog pa pala yung lupang yan, maayos na kayo doon. So I'm just saying, you've done all that. Ideally, you're ready for funding, but now you have to ensure that DPWH is on board because it's a new team. When Secretary Mark was there, naayos natin yan, which actually took about a year, ha? Pero naayos natin yon. So now you have a new DPWH secretary, and I leave it to your good office to work with them. Very quickly, I want to flash on the screen the same a similar table that I showed in the DBCC briefing. This 91,000 is a figure that came from the basic education hearing chaired by Senator Gatchalian. So it's not too far from the other 90,000, but anyway, that came from the hearing. So using the current budget that you have, the 5.92 billion, you'll only have 2,368 classrooms. If you intend to fulfill this gap, to close this gap in 6 years, then it's 15,000 classrooms that you'll be building per year, and that's 37 billion. Anyway, you can read the whole thing, okay? So I leave that with everybody because at least clear tayo. And I had this discussion, I showed this slide to Secretary Mina, and I'm very happy, Mr. Chairman, that she told me that they're now having a meeting on this to at least be clear kung ano yung kaya nilang gawin. Di ba? Para we don't waste time na trying to decide na saan tayo. Di ba? At least it's clear. Na in the next 6 years, sabi nga niya, she can only commit to 6 years, of course. But at least we know after 6 years, we left the gap smaller, something like that. I'll just show quickly another slide just based on another number. But it's the same formulation. Just based on the number of, was it 127,000, which was a number present that I had in the 2021 budget hearing. So it's similar, but it's just based on a different number. Are we showing that? Okay, never mind. Anyway, I also have I just wanted you to show the numbers. Based on 2021, it was 127,000. I'm glad lumiit. So, by praying, lumiit ng 30,000, Mr. Chairman, ang gap. Okay, anyway, it's now the turn of Senator Risa Hontiveros. You have the floor, ma'am.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Sec, ang mga tanong ko po para sa inyo. But first, Madam Chair, if I may, just a brief greeting or opening statement. So, Madam Chair, to the DepEd family, led by our Education Secretary, Vice President Sara Duterte, and colleagues, magandang gabi po. At the outset, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my support for the DepEd in its vision for Filipino learners to be holistically developed in basic education and to acquire 21st century skills that will enable them for civic participation and engagement anchored on distinctly Filipino values of being makatao, makabansa, makakalikasan at makadiyos. I also share the belief of DepEd that the Philippine government must commit to investing more in the education sector at par with the international benchmark and in line with the constitutional mandate. However, as much as we want to give in to the request of the DepEd for more budget, reportedly asking for an additional 100 billion pesos, our overall high macroeconomic uncertainty and competing public interest spending constrain our fiscal space. So given this reality, it's self-evident that we have to do more with less. And to do more with less would mean not letting scarce funds go to waste, parked and hidden somewhere, or just return to the national treasury. So yung unang tanong ko po on the education fiscal space. So the CPBRD of the House noted that DepEd's budget utilization rate is 96.7%. If this utilization rate remains constant in 2023, a 3.3% will still become an unused appropriation amounting to around 23 billion pesos, which would still be high. So may I inquire how the DepEd intends to continuously improve its budget utilization to close the gap in the education sector?
Right, thank you. Yusek Sevilla of the Finance Strand.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Honorable Senator Ontiveros. Actually, ma'am, talagang mahirap ma-reach ang 100% budget utilization. It's really impossible. For example, in procurement, nobody will bid exactly the same price ng approved budget for the contract. So that is something na palagi rin po namin ina-explain na it's really very difficult to reach. In fact, ma'am, 97% is really the perfect for the financial performance. Yung 3% po, talagang napakalaki niyan for the Department of Education. But what we are doing is, pag maaga po ang procurement, pwedeng mag-reorder. At yun po yung ginagawa natin na sana maaga na mapoprocure ang mga dapat na i-procure. And I think yung pong sa school building program, I would like to add and confirm na talaga pong maraming improvement na nangyayari noon. Kasi minsan binibigay yung budget, hindi pa po ready for implementation. And so what we're doing is what we propose or what we request should be ready for implementation. And actually po ma'am, kung magpo-propose tayo, talagang yung pinakita ni Senator Pia, it would be the ideal. But we are not requesting for that because it's not possible to be implemented in 1 year time. So yun din po yung ginagawa namin sa lahat ng mga program teams and executive committee members na kung ano yung kaya natin, that's we call the absorptive capacity. And we assess kung ano po yung kulang pa sa amin. I think planning is also very important. Kaya po sa finance, laging kapartner yung planning. Isa pa po sa gusto naming mangyari is yung early procurement activity. So kahit wala pa po yung GAA 2023 using the NEP 2023, our undersecretaries are instructed by our BP Secretary to prepare for 2023. At yun po sana yung mga early procurement activities or isa pa po ito, policies. Sometimes nandiyan na po yung budget, kagaya na nangyari sa SPED, kailangan po yung policy nakahanda na para po pag na-approve yung budget, ready for implementation. So these are the things po na amin pong ginagawa. Isa pa rin po na maganda is at the end of the year, when you have a saving at nagkakaroon po ng mga batas na nagbibigay ng allowances or benefits, pinaghahandaan din po namin yon. But this is only chargeable to personnel services or PS. Isa pa po ma'am, ang tingin namin, ang bulk ng aming savings ay yung sa filling up of position. Kasi po yung availability rin ng mga, yun nga, yung mga takers. For example, we have budget for guidance counselors pero wala naman pong nakakapasa or hindi nako-qualify or sometimes it takes time. So ito po yung mga savings na at the end of the year nakikita namin. But we are really trying our best ma'am by moving forward together as a team with the proper planning and regular financial monitoring po. Thank you po, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat din, Yusek Sevilla. It's always good to hear how yung iba't iba pang maraming tasks ng department ginagamit nyo para ma-maximize yung utilization even further and in that way create even more fiscal space for the department. Chair, were you going to? Okay. Yes.
Secretary would like to say something.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. In addition to that, the finance run for this year, we already inventoried the yes, the budget that will lapse by December 31, and you have the number. Yes, and we already wrote the strands who have pending items, and much of it is with the procurement because of the election ban and the delay in the reconstitution of our bids and awards committee because of we were waiting for the appointments of our USECs and ASECs.
Salamat kaayo, Sec. To my next subject, Madam Chair, on affirmative action on IP education. So it's come also to my attention that the IP education program's budget was reduced from 144.3 million pesos this year 2022 to 53.4 million pesos in the NEP 2023. So kung tama po ito, may I inquire as to the reason for this significant decrease by 2/3 and given the reduced funding, what's to be done to strengthen our IP education program despite this loss of 90.9 million pesos?
Yes, thank you. Yusek Sevilla of the Finance Strand will answer.
Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, talagang ang 2020 and 2021 had a big effect in our program implementation because of the no face-to-face. naging blended approach po tayo. At lahat po ng programa namin, we try to reprioritize and reallocate. But for IPED, marami po sa mga programa nila requires the convening of learners. And so that's the reason why yung utilization po nila ay mababa in the 2 previous years. At yun po yung nangyari sa NEP nila. But IPED will be among the restorations that we will request our budget sponsors to do. So kasama po dito yung SPED, IPED, and all the other curriculum and instruction programs na mababa po yung utilization in the past 2 years. And we will internally realign using our flexible learning options po na pondo.
Salamat, Yusek. Kaugnay pa rin nito, whether it will be Yusek still to answer or the SEC would care to comment, central to that IP education program of ours is the recruitment and the hiring of IP teachers o yung ating mga guro mula mismo sa mga katutubong komunidad. So may I ask the Secretary or the Yusek if there is an ongoing program that encourages scholarships for teachers' education from IP communities. And can this also in particular be given attention in the utilization of funds sa ilalim ng Education Human Resource Development Program?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yusek Mercado of BHROD will answer.
Yes, ma'am. We already have a department order for hiring of IP teachers. And we also have allotted a fund from our National Educators Academy program, which is building competency for teachers, specific to IP concerns. So that's taken care of. Thank you, Senator Riza.
Salamat din po, Yusek Mercado. That's good to hear po. And on a final note on this one, I recall during the SONA that the Secretary wore a Bagobo Tagabawa dress to raise public awareness on the plight of indigenous communities caught in armed conflicts. And knowing the Secretary's advocacy for peace and order, I would like to ask if DepEd, by way of affirmative action, might voluntarily realign its confidential fund to fully restore the budget cut on the IP education program? Or as a prior question, Sec, para saan po ba yung confidential fund?
Yes, for our confidential funds, this is based on... The Joint Circular 2015-01 of the COA, DBM, DILG, Governance Commission, and the Department of National Defense. And the use for this confidential funds is expenses pertaining or related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency, particularly those listed in 4.8 of the joint circular. And that is the purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation of programs, activities, and projects relevant to the national security and peace and order, rental of transport vehicles related to confidential activities, rentals and incidental expenses related to the maintenance of safe houses, purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedure without compromising the information gathering activity concerned, payment of rewards to informers, non-employee of concerned government agency subject to the following conditions of A, B, and C, and uncover, prevent illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to agency, personnel, property, or other facilities and resources under the agency protection, done in coordination with appropriate law enforcement agencies, other than that, which may be authorized by the GAA. Some of the issues and challenges that we have encountered in our field operations are the drug involvement of our personnel and our learners, We already have a case where our teacher is selling drugs to our learners, and the all forms of abuses. We have physical abuse, we have sexual abuse, and other forms. And then there is also the recruitment in violent extremism and terrorism. We also have schools which are targeted for recruitment of learners in insurgency. We also have cases, and we are working right now on the involvement of our personnel and our learners in child pornography. We are currently working with this with the Department of Justice and other illegal activities that our learners are recruited inside our schools, as well as these scams that are happening online and inside our schools, both of which victimize learners and teachers. These are just examples of cases that we have encountered in field operations.
Well, daghang salamat, Sec. I will return to my earlier question about realigning to restore fully the budget cut on the IP education program. But I do just feel the need, Madam Chair, to make of record na yung subject activities in the joint circular, parang mas bagay po, honestly, mas bagay pang confidential and intelligence funds for our existing national security, national defense, law enforcement, even women and children protection bodies, governmental bodies and programs. So just for the record on that, Madam Chair. But I'll return also to my question, Sec, kung bilang affirmative action, kung voluntarily po i-realign ng department yung confidential fund para makumpleto ulit yung natanggal na budget cut sa IP education program.
With regard to budget cuts, we can, within the Department of Education, we can work out realignments and realignments in our budget so that we can fund activities, programs, activities, and projects that need funding. With regard to the confidential funds, this is a proposal that we submitted to Congress. And as I said earlier, with regard to the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President, we submit to the wisdom of Congress with regard to the amount and the proprietary matter on decision on the confidential funds. But we would like to put it on record that we reassure the Congress and the public that these funds will be used in relation to what is allowed in the joint circular of those agencies mentioned earlier, 2015-01. Thank you.
Salamat po, Sec. And I appreciate, Madam Chair, yung reiteration ni Secretary nung na-appreciate din ni Minority Leader kanina, yung unang sinabi nila sa House noon na the department will submit to the wisdom of Congress dun sa halaga, kung mayroon man, at yung propriety ng pagkakaroon ng confidential and intelligence funds ng department for such activities enumerated in the joint circular. So if I still have time, Madam Chair, in this round? Okay, salamat, Madam Chair. Balikan ko lang po yung sa ECCD, if the Secretary would care to add dun sa sinagot ni Sir Isip earlier. From the higher and the broader perspective of the department bilang ang ECCD program or ang ECCD Council attached agency, kung ano yung assessment ni Secretary about the ECCD program and what we can expect from the department to improve the performance of the ECCD councils para ma-fulfill nila yung mandate nila.
Right, yes, we already, after his question and answer earlier, we talked to Director Isip, and we asked him what is the problem with their procurement, and he made us understand that the problem is that they don't have an executive director in their council right now because their previous ED was coterminous with the appointing authority from the previous administration, and there is a pending paper application from the same executive director that is lodged with the office of the vice president. And we committed to him that we will, Yusek Densing committed to him that he will look into where the paper is right now, considering that there is also a change in the executive secretary position.
Salamat kaayo, Sec. And as chair of the Senate Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality, bukas ako makipagtrabaho sa DepEd to strengthen our ECCD governance. As I believe, like all my colleagues, that it's really an investment in the future and critical, pati dun sa lifelong learning strategy na china-champion ng department. Do I still have time, Madam Chair? One last topic on the local school boards na napag-uusapan na rin at saka yung Special Education Fund utilization. So recognizing the experience of the Secretary in local governance and on her side, the former Undersecretary of the ILG serving as her Chief of Staff, anong mga reforms, anong mga innovations ang pwede namin ma-expect mula sa department to ensure functional and effective local school boards? Parang top of mind na yung local school boards talaga ng halos lahat, and efficient utilization of the Special Education Fund. Kapansin-pansin din po kahit nung briefing ng DBCC sa amin, sinabi ni Sec Jokno that there is in fact a surplus from the SEF. So, syempre, lahat kami interesado na ma-utilize ito para ma-achieve ang mas maraming objectives ng iba't ibang departamento natin, and lalo na ng DepEd.
Yes, Yusek Sevilla of the Finance Chan will answer the question, Your Honor.
Salamat kaayo. And Yusek, just to remind all of us, ang sinabi po ni Sec Jokno na SEF surplus is 36.8 billion pesos.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Secretary, BP Secretary. Ma'am, yung Special Education Fund has a oversight supervision jointly by DepEd, DBM, and the ILG. And we have been reviewing and enhancing the joint circular on the utilization of the Special Education Fund. For the last 2 years, we made it COVID responsive, and we have allowed the use of the fund for COVID response and the support to the basic education learning continuity plan. I think, ma'am, yung programa ngayon ng ating current administration, the Learning Recovery and Continuity Plan, should also be reviewed and included in the new joint circular on the use of Special Education Fund. Marami po rito, kagaya ng mga reading programs na sinasabi, shared responsibility ito. Hindi po kaya ng national government lang or ng DepEd lamang. Ang maganda po sa nakita namin during the COVID situation, marami sa mga local government, local chief executives natin ay ginamit ang local school board at nakipag-closely coordinate with our superintendents. Ang parte po ng Department of Education and the local school board is the active participation at yung pong pagbibigay kaalaman sa mga local chief executive ng mga superintendents natin. At dito po sa field operation, under our regional directors, lahat po sila ngayon actually nandito, uma-attend, ay kasama po sa binibigay namin na capacity building on the use of the Special Education Fund. We also want to clarify na wala po kaming power or participation or control in the use of the SEF, but all of our superintendents are the vice chair of the local school board. And we are also attending a lot of the hearings on the Committee on Basic Education on the proposal to amend the composition of the local school board. At ito po ay chaired by Senator Win Gatchalian. At marami po dun sa mga proposal niya ay talagang supportive din po kami sa Department of Education. Kasi kasama rin na po sa local school board, kasama po dapat ang parents, community workers, or civil society organization, at lahat po ng stakeholders ng ating education, especially for basic education. Thank you po, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat din, Yusek Sevilla. Talagang yung mga existing instruments na meron, ang DepEd, lalo na kasi nandun na nga sa phase ng learning recovery, talagang nagkakaroon ng rethinking paano siya ma-maximize for more participation of all the stakeholders to achieve our learning objectives moving forward. Kanina nga nabanggit din, I think I heard one of the 14 interventions na in-enumerate ni SEC. Something that I've also heard from some other stakeholders, na pati nga yung brigada eskwela, bukod sa paglilinis, paghahanda ng ating mga paaralan, baka pwede rin siyang mamobilize for, I think I heard something about remedial classes, but may mga nag-iisip na yung catch-up classes in summer and elsewhere in breaks in the school year, ay pwedeng mamobilize din yung mga lumalahok dun sa mga brigada eskwela at the beginning of every school year. So I do hope that DepEd together with the DOF will find a way to reduce the surplus in the SEF. But more importantly also, may I ask how DepEd can help LGUs and schools with limited SEF bases to generate and mobilize resources to aid in local education service delivery?
Yusek Sevilla will answer the question for the finance strand.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, do po sa formula ng MOE, ang regular na kinukonsider sa Department of Budget and Management is the number of enrollees, number of teachers, and number of classrooms. But now in the formula of the Department of Education, we have put an equity formula. That means the more SEF the school gets, the less MOE share that we will get from the National Fund. So ito po yung portion na inilagay namin, and I'm sure NCR hindi na ho talaga namin binibigyan kasi by experience nakita nga po namin pag binigyan namin ng school MOE, for example, Taguig, Pasig, Quezon City, Manila, Caloocan, Makati, hindi po nila nagagamit yung MOE na galing sa DepEd dahil sobra-sobra po talaga yung SEF nila. So that equity formula will now help schools that are coming from cities and municipalities na maliit po yung SEF. But I think we have to improve kasi we are working with DOF, and this is a good opportunity dahil sometimes yung report po ng superintendents namin ay hindi nagmamatch sa report na nakukuha namin sa DOF. Yung pong SEF na nare-report sa amin sa DepEd sometimes is lower. And we are now finding ways para po nga maging transparent din yung pag-report ng SEF. Dahil yun po ang gagamitin namin na formula kung saan mas konti ang SEF, sana mabigyan po namin through the national government. Thank you.
Salamat. Ang ganda po nung ganong update ninyo, Yusek Sevilla and SEC, about that equity formula. It reminds me of yung mga long-time advocacies din ng iba sa amin, halimbawa na dun sa pagkwenta ng, ano ba yun, yung ERA. Okay, but this was an earlier incarnation na. No? We have an evolution on that. Pero may mga long-time advocacies na bukod sa 3 orig na criteria para kwentahin yung ERA, dapat yung isang additional criteria ay yung poverty incidence. Same thing for labor movement na kaya may advocacy sila na tigilin na yung regional wage setting kasi when will less developed regions or when will 4 to 6 class municipalities ever catch up kung kahit dun sa mga financial mechanisms na ganon, parang walang itong equity formula na ipinapasok nyo ngayon sa SEF. So I really thank you for that update. It's always one of those innovations na nakakapagbigay ng dagdag pag-asa when we hear it being pioneered in departments. As a last question, thank you, Madam Chair. Last question na lang for tonight. So to help us in the committee to appreciate how DepEd intends to empower principals in school-level education governance financially, meron po bang mechanism para o may mechanism na ba in place para i-monitor yung school level generation and mobilization of funds, and how these funds are utilized to contribute to the education sector's target outcome and goal. At ito po, naririnig ko rin yung ganitong concern at kaya ko itatanong in relation dun sa isang assessment na masyadong centralized pa daw hanggang sa ngayon yung ating education system.
Yes, thank you. Yusek Sevilla of the Finance Chan will answer.
Thank you po, ma'am. We have a policy na meron pong MOE transparency sa ating lahat ng eskwelahan. So ito po yung magandang impormasyon na malaman ng ating mga magulang, mag-aaral. Hanapin niyo po yung board sa lahat ng eskwelahan dahil meron po doon nakalagay school budget or MOE transparency board. Doon po nakalagay kung magkano natatanggap nila from DepEd, from the local government to the SEF, or other incomes na meron po sila, or revenue generation na meron sila. And through the PTA, the Parent Teacher Association, ito rin po yung paraan kung saan matatanong din nila kung ano ba yung mga kulang na resources. And honestly, we will admit, hindi po talaga kasya ang resources na available ngayon, kahit pagsabahin pa po yung national and local. Most of them are also asking the alumni, the parents to contribute. But it would really be helpful kung alam niyo po kung nasaan itong board na to, yung MOE Transparency Board or the School Budget Board, para po lahat tayo na nagpupunta sa eskwelahan, alam natin kung ano ang nagagawa ng ating mga principal. Marami po sa mga principal natin actually are very creative, resourceful, and isa nga po sa kanilang competency will be public relation, PR. Kasama na rin po yun sa pagkaano nila ng income generation para magkaroon po ng additional revenue for the school.
Maraming salamat, Yusek Sevilla, at dagang salamat, Sec. In the interest of time, Madam Chair, nauna na yung staff ko magsabi sa akin bago ang chair, time's up. I'll reserve some of my questions for the plenary deliberation on the budget of the DepEd. I thank the Chair and the Secretary, Vice President Sara Duterte, and the whole DepEd family for graciously answering my queries. And rest assured that I'm one with you in pursuit of an accessible, equitable, and quality basic education and addressing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on learning. Salamat kaayo. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Senator Francis, it's your turn.
In the interest of time,
You're the last and hopefully the least.
It's almost
Your Honor.
11 p.m. I am donating 5 minutes of my time to Senator De La Rosa, if he's here. Wala. So,
He told me he'll monitor. I'm having lang the secretariat call all of those who are reserved, who were virtually present.
so
meron pa
if
sila.
he's not here within 5 minutes, my other 5 minutes will be donated to the chairperson of this committee. So I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Been asking questions for the last 2 days.
Madam Chair, may I also donate my time for the second round to the chair because I have full support for everything that they've said and more. They have much work to do, so I can easily ask them anyway. But I'm so excited with the National Reading Program, and we would be happy to help the Vice President with that program. So no more questions as well.
While we're just waiting for the response, my questions are really just for the agencies. The attached agencies, very small questions. So my staff can even just approach them to get clarity because obviously the objective naman is for us to try to fund more, no? So kaya lang tayo humihingi ng further clarity on that. So we're just waiting na lang for the responses. Anyway, I think I'll rephrase. May I ask ED Joy Reyes of NAS to come to the table? I think it was it Senator Gatchalian who posed the question? Is she here? Oh, anyway, let's wait if she'll come.
Who else is the ASP assassin?
Grace.
Grace.
And then si Jinggoy.
Hindi naman manifest na yan. Hindi. Wala na. Just Senator Grace, I think it's still online. I don't know.
Sa NBDB, and I'm just letting you know what my question is so my staff can talk to you. I just want to know, parang percentages of the kind of books, like, kasi you always talk about children's book, no? Yan yung ano nyo. Pero some of the books that you either support by grants or whatever are not children's book, including the sample that you gave me. So ano ba yung mga percentage nun? My staff will just go up to you, no? Anyone? Ano? Are we waiting for Senator Poe and Senator... Yeah, I know, but did you call them? Patawagan nyo. I assume na wala na sila, di ba? Oh, okay. Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, opo. I just want to put it on record, my answer to Senator Legarda regarding her question in the backlog of classroom.
Yes.
I don't think we will ever be able to solve the backlog on classrooms. I already answered this during the hearing in the House of Representatives. It was a problem in 1998, and it is a problem still in 2023. So, if you can see in the slide earlier, we presented during the audiovisual presentation, number 6 therein, the critical reforms supporting the achievements of targets. We put there integrate ICT in teaching and learning. I believe as the DepEd Secretary that we really need to maximize our learnings in the blended program and online classes and distance learning and flexible learning options. I believe that this will address the problem on the quality of the immediate solutions on the quality of the teaching of our instructors and the shortage on classrooms. Initially, we have been talking to the Embassy of India since they have education challenges as well in their country, and because of the size of their population, they have shortages as well in resources, and they have through the years developed IT solutions on these challenges. That is one of the tracks that we are looking at right now to address quality issues and resource issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Grace Po is online. Senator Grace, are you there?
Yes, Senator Pia, hold on just 1 second. I was just
Okay.
having dinner because I didn't think I was already.
Are you going to ask the Secretary VP any questions? Just because
No. Actually, do you see my video now?
So yan, okay. No
All right.
pressure. I didn't want to pressure you. I'm just asking lang kasi I was going to let the Office of the Secretary, in particular the Secretary, go ahead because my remaining questions are just for the agencies. But
No,
go ahead.
this is very easy. First of all, I would like to thank the Secretary for increasing the budget for the National Feeding Program. Palagi natin sinasabi na ang punot dulo siguro ng mababang mga marka ng ating mga estudyante ay dahil marami sa kanila pumapasok ng gutom. So siguro isang appeal na lang na talagang i-retain itong budget para sa feeding program, tapos pag-aralan mabuti kung paano natin ito mapapalaganap. Kasi ngayon, ang mga nasasama lamang dito ay yung mga wasted o kaya yung mga talagang balat-buto na baka naman yung mga undernourished eventually can also be included in the program. Another thing also, teka, nabubulunan ako dito sa kinain ko.
Relax muna, relax.
Madam Secretary, pasensya na. But, Madam Chairman, one na lang po, dun sa feeding program natin, I just want to emphasize that it's really important that children go to school nourished. It doesn't have to be expensive, kahit na mga gulay lamang dun sa mga natatanim sa paaralan. The important thing is we also evaluate if schools have the proper kitchen or if they have a commissary that other schools can share together. And I guess also I saw in the news that Polilo Island schools were devastated by the storm. I don't know how many schools there are, but supposedly they're asking for about 100 million pesos. I just want to know, maybe in writing, how many schools and why they came up with this number. So that's all, and I wish the department well, because this is also crucial to the development of the country, that the children are fed well, educated well, and are cared for well. Good night, and hopefully you can end your hearing soon. I was here since 2 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting with us.
Yes, the requested data by Senator Grace Poe is noted by the Secretariat, and then we will submit the requested data.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, we know the hour is late, no? So my remaining questions are really for the agencies, and I don't even need to get an exact answer. You've all been here for long hours. So please, ma'am, I'm about to approve your budget naman, no, to submit it officially. So don't worry about that. I just wanted to post excuse me, the rest of my questions, because one of them is with regards, I don't know, baka Yusek Ann, you can be the one to answer this. I received a question on a new requirement for offering of senior high, that they must have a 10-year lease. 10-year lease for on the property to be able to offer senior high, and apparently it's a burden for many kasi they've already been, especially with COVID, they've been having difficulties, and with this new 10-year lease, in fact, not only is it a financial burden, but apparently wala ka masyadong mahanap na landlord na magbibigay ng 10 years. So I don't know if you have an immediate answer, if you want to get back to me.
Amendment sa DOA.
Yes. Yes. Meron ka? Yes, this is Department Order 41, Your Honor. This is a mandatory provision to a previous department order. In the previous administrations, the schools are required to actually own the site. And if they do not own the site, they are required to present a plan on how to acquire their site. So yes, on their plans to how to acquire a site. And the reason for the policy that the site should be owned by the school is that there should be permanency. I think that was the reason. So schools came to us saying that they can actually operate without owning the site. In fact, they can also explore build, operate transfers or long-term leases. That is why from the policy that each school should own a site, we gave them options. One is that they can present a duly executed deed of sale, or they can present a duly executed deed of donation, or they can present a duly executed deed of usufruct for a guaranteed period of not less than 15 years, and a duly executed lease with an initial guaranteed period of not less than 15 years. The 15 years is was computed, Your Honor, based on the K-12 program. So assuming that the school opened offering kinder to grade 1, there is an assumption that they will continue on.
Right.
until grade 12. And then we added 3 more years just to give them leeway on continuing on operating as a school. That is why there is a 15 years requirement for the lease. This is to ensure that there is a commitment by the school to continue on with their services and operations.
Okay. I understand that, Your Honor, especially with respect to the basic education part, no? Pero yun lang pong, yung sa senior high, maybe you can study it because a few years ago when we started the senior high program, remember we had a shortage. In fact, di ko pa na-clarify sa inyo yun kung wala na tayong shortage. So, maraming college na nagpa-senior high. And I think it is these colleges or parang mga technical schools, no, that offer maybe 2-year programs, computer programs, who will no longer continue offering senior high if that will be required from them. I think some of them are renting in mga, alam mo yung parang office buildings, no? So, I leave that to you. That's your policy. Pero tingnan nyo baka maapektuhan yung may kakayanan mag-offer ng senior high. Because specifically, I was told, wala silang makuhang mga lease. Walang magpapalease sa kanila ng ganon. But I understand on the basic ed, pero baka sa senior high lang to applicable. So maybe you can just take a look at it, no? As I said, Senator Estrada has a manifestation. Let me call on him. Senator Estrada, we are about to end, but I'm told you're back online.
Wala.
Sabi niyo, nandyan. Senator Estrada, hello.
Hindi ko alam yun. Yes.
We'll wait 30 seconds for Senator Estrada, but I was just saying to make use of the time, Senator Gatchalian, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll interrupt you. I think you were asking ED Joy of NAS earlier na what would be the effect, di ba, of that ano. And I wasn't able to ask the follow-up question timely, but wouldn't the effect be that it affects the incoming batch that comes in? Kasi you will what all of you end up doing is you make do with limited resources and you spread it out. So when you say that this is for their food, paano maghahati-hati sila? So effectively, NAS will have to make a decision na baka wala silang batch. Anyway, Senator Jinggoy, you are here, we are here. What is your pleasure?
There's the Vice President there. Good evening.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi, gusto ko lang siya makita. Ayoko na magtanong.
Ginoto mo si Vice President. Kanina pa siya nag-aantay sa'yo.
Hindi, gusto ko lang siya makita pero hindi naman ako magtatanong.
So, pwede na kami magpaalam.
Pwede na.
Maraming salamat po. So, as I said, no, we have questions. We will discuss it with the team. I know, Your Honor, your team will be available to us, no, for further questions para pagdating sa plenary mas konti. So, with no more questions for today, the budget of DepEd, the Office of the Secretary, ECCDC, NAS, Nbdb, NCCT, and PHSA, as well as the Development Academy, which I heard a few days ago. So, isasama ko na dito, which I heard last September 27, are all deemed submitted to the plenary subject to our discussions and the submission of documents requested by the senators. This hearing is hereby suspended. Thank you. Good night. Congrats to all of you.